Athletics Baseball on Comcast Sportsnet, part of the NBC Sports Group.
In 1903, the Oakland Oaks were established and were a charter member of the Pacific Coast League. They existed up until 1955. Eventually, the Oaks would dissolve, but their baseball roots were planted in the Bay Area, and it paved the way for the Athletics. For 45 seasons, the A's have made Oakland their home, winning 4 World Championships. And this year, the magic is back at the Coliseum. Today, the green and gold honor the past as they wear the storied uniform of the Oakland Oaks. It's the A's and the Mariners next. It's a beautiful day for baseball, and we're going to go back to 1955 and celebrate the Oaks and the Rainiers and celebrate the Pacific Coast League. It's going to be a fun day of baseball for the Athletics and the Mariners. All-star pitcher Felix Hernandez will pitch for Seattle, and pretty good-looking uniforms. We like them. Bob Melvin showing off, and Cliff Pennington struggling offensively. So he's getting a little advice from one of the former Oakland Oaks. It's Hyundai Sunday on Comcast Sportsnet California. It's brought to you by your Bay Area Hyundai dealers. Final game of the series. It's the Seattle Mariners and the Oakland A's coming up on Comcast Sportsnet California. Hi again, everybody. Welcome to Oakland A's Baseball, along with Ray Fossey. I'm Glenn Kuiper. So the first half wraps up. All-Star break coming up, Ray, and some good stories for the Athletics, but I think clearly the first half MVP has to be Josh Reddick.
Well, there's no doubt, and if he'd played for the Oakland Oaks, he'd have been an All-Star. Wouldn't have been in the minor leagues very long. He'd have been quickly to the big leagues. He has been outstanding for the Athletics. There's no doubt what he's done offensively, hitting home runs as he did last night. The 17th consecutive game that the A's have hit at least 20 for Josh Reddick, and yes, deserves to be an All-Star. His defense has been spectacular, robbing Ichiro, headlong dive, left his feet, came up with a tremendous play defensively. Of course, a great arm. He has 6 outfield assists, and he showed that off also getting Albert Pujols in Anaheim. No doubt he's an MVP, and I think the biggest thing, Kuip, is the fact, as he has said all along, he knows he's going to be in the outfield. He knows he's going to be hitting third. He's DHing today, but he knows he's going to be in this lineup every day, and that's a big plus for him.
And the A's are going to face Felix Hernandez. The A's will send Colon to the mound. So there's your pitching matchup. Hernandez an All-Star again.
Well, there's no doubt you have 2 guys who are All-Stars. Colon, of course, the veteran. He's pitched a lot against the Mariners, a lot of wins. But you look at King Felix. This is the 4th series. Actually, for both of them, they're facing the opposite team the 4th time. But King Felix, there's no doubt the All-Star representative for the Seattle Mariners. He has a lot of quality pitches. He kind of invents pitches when he's on the mound. So we'll see what he does today facing the A's for the 4th time this season.
So the A's wrap up the first half of the season a win, and they can end that first half at the 500 mark. And we're also, again, going to celebrate the Oaks and the Rainiers and the Pacific Coast League 1955. We'll be back with lineups and first pitch from the Coliseum as we get set. It's the A's and the Mariners coming up on Comcast Sportsnet California.
Sportsnet California is brought to you by AT&T, the nation's largest 4G network. AT&T, rethink possible. And by Toyota. Check out the great deals at your local Toyota dealer today.
Now the A's have taken the field, and we're close to first pitch. The A's and the Mariners rubber game of the series. There's the old Oakland Oaks uniforms. We think they're pretty sharp, and we think the Seattle Rainiers uniforms are pretty sharp as well. Game time weather brought to you by the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk. Get to the beach. The admission-free boardwalk is open daily. Beautiful day, 65 degrees. A little breezy. Plenty of sunshine and baseball from the O.co Coliseum. Here's the lineup for the Mariners tonight, or today I should say. Ackley, Suzuki, Saunders, Jaso, Seager, Wells, Smoke, Olivo, and Ryan. So that's the lineup that Bartolo Colon will face this afternoon as Ackley steps in. Colon has wrapped up his warm-up tosses.
There are some good-looking uniforms. Rainiers with the red stockings, the helmets in red. Steve Vucinich and Ted Walsh, the two equipment managers, have done a fantastic job outfitting. And Vuce put a lot of time in making sure the unis were exactly the way they were, representative of those eras. He's throwing fastballs.
And a quick 0-2 to Ackley. Yeah, you're not going to cut corners with Steve Vucinich. He's going to make sure that from head to toe, they are the way they're supposed to be.
The only difference you're going to see today, white shoes. Charlie Finley brought those in when he came to Oakland, but the rest of the uniform, of course, the jersey, the pants, the stockings, caps, and they'll have the helmets on for the hitters.
Ackley at an 0-2 pitch lines it into left field for a leadoff single. So Ackley gets his first hit in this series.
Second start for Bartolo Colon since returning from the disabled. His 6 innings against the Red Sox. No decision, but he's good. He'll throw a lot of fastballs, which he did to Ackley. The 4 fastballs to him, the 4 pitches, as he's thrown 95+ innings and 17 start for the veteran. Good to see him healthy. Good to see him that he was on the disabled list a minimal amount of time, the 15 days it's required with a rib cage injury.
And he had that unique situation of his first 3 starts this year all coming against the Seattle Mariners, one of those in Japan. So his 4th start overall against Seattle. You're so used to seeing Ichiro in the Mariners uniform, so it is different. You've never seen him in any other uniform than the Seattle Mariners.
This might be, and have not seen him in his Japanese team, but
Pennington out at second, and Weeks will hold it. So Pennington ranging to his right. Here's the A's defense today. Cespedes, Crisp, and Smith in the outfield. Inge, Pennington, Weeks, and Moss on the infield. Derek Norris doing the catching.
But there are times that, as an infielder, you know it's impossible to turn a double play, and you just saw one. And Cliff Pennington a very good job to his right, but sometimes as a second baseman, you know the speed of the hitter getting down the line, best just to stretch and get the force out at second, which the A's did. But it looked like Jamal wanted to try to turn 2, and it was going to be impossible. The only thing he might have done is throw the ball into the dugout, allowing Ichiro to get into scoring position. He may be 38, 39, but he can still run. Ichiro can get down the line from the left side.
At 12 steals on the year, as Colon faces Michael Saunders.
You know, the Mariners have faced, even this year, and of course you look at the number of years that Colon has faced the Mariners, and a lot of starts, a lot of wins, but he's facing a different club that he's faced over the years. You see the numbers for Ichiro and a career stolen bases. But I think one of the things that the hitters know this year, he throws a lot of fastballs. He changed up in Seattle, the 1 start up in the Northwest, but by and large he is throwing the heater, and just a matter of whether it throws inside, outside, up or down. But it's going to be straight with movement, depending on throwing the inside to the left-handers with movement.
made 2 very good starts against the Mariners this year and 1 bad one. Thus the 2-on-1 record against them. Ichiro runs, and the pitch is fouled at the plate. 16 and 12 in his career against Seattle. Of course, spent the 4 years with the Angels, so accumulated a lot of starts there. So the ERA 3.72 against Seattle this year. Ichiro not going, and Saunders fights it off.
The ugly game that Colon numbers-wise had to get the Mariners, that was here at the Coliseum, and ended up giving up 7 runs. But remember, some misplayed balls in the outfield and one real ugly inning that could have been avoided with some good defensive play. So that even that game, although the numbers looked very bad, wasn't as bad as it seemed.
Ichiro not running, and that pitch just missed. 2-2 the count with John Jaso, left-handed hitter, waiting in the on-deck circle. Saunders 255 with 8 homers, 24 runs batted in. Saunders in this series is 1 for 6, and he's walked 3 times. He's never had a hit in his career against Cologne. Slowly hit. Inch charges. He'll go to second, and they get the out there.
Second started. Sorry, Kai. But Bartolo Colon started against the Mariners in Tokyo, second game of the season, at 8 innings that he pitched. The A's, of course, the home team. Strikeout 6, gave up just a home run opposite field to Justin Smoke, and then the A's came right back, scored for him, and he just blew them away. Just seeing nothing but fastballs, both sides of the plate. And Bartolo picked up the win, and deservedly so. It's 8 innings, just 3 hits and a run, the 1 run on the Smoke home run.
So here's Jaso with 2 outs.
The crew, the home plate umpire, Jeff Nelson, in Tokyo. Long way to umpire a couple of games.
Jaso lays off that changeup from Cologne, and the count is 1-1. 279 for Jaso with 3 home runs, 21 runs batted in.
It is interesting that they were talking about the mileage flights that teams would take throughout the United States. Next to the A's and the Mariners, no kidding, that's both teams went to Tokyo to start the regular season.
That one flipped down the left field line, and it's just foul. Yeah, they're going to lead this year no matter what in miles traveled, the A's and the Mariners.
Jaso wanted it. He thought he was going to stay in fair territory. Remember, the Mariners have scored a run in each of the first inning in both games now, Friday night and last night. A's have ended up tying those. Friday night it helped them get close and win in 11 innings. That's the case last night as Jason Vargas went the distance.
So quick throw at first. Saunders gets back.
Now, Eric Wedge managing the Rainiers today, similar colors that he had when he managed the Cleveland Indians. Red and the white.
So we've seen him in those colors before.
Although at his young age, even in today's standards, 55, he'd have to go back and look at some information to figure out what the heck happened there.
Swing and a miss by Jaso. Side retired. So a leadoff single, but no damage done. Colon gets out of it. And now it's time for the A's to take on Felix Hernandez. Lineup for the Athletics. Starts with Crisp and then Weeks, Reddick. Reddick will DH today. Cespedes, Smith is in right. Moss, Norris, Inge, and Pennington.
And it is King Felix. Felix Hernandez on the mound. And the representative for the Mariners, the All-Star game Tuesday. He is making his 18th start, fourth against the A's this season. And remember, he was supposed to start against the Rangers prior to the A's going up to the Northwest for the home opener for the Seattle Mariners, but they decided to hold him back. And he started the game up in Seattle, ended up losing the game as the A's beat him in his home park in the opener. But he's good.
And Coco Crisp shoots one past Kyle Seager, who is playing in on the grass. So Crisp has a leadoff single. The defense for the Mariners has Wells, Saunders, and Ichiro in the outfield. Seager, Ryan, Ackley, Smoke on the infield. Olivo is the catcher.
And Coco Crisp, like he did last night, jumped on the first pitch twice, the first two at-bats, had 3 hits, saw a total of 7 pitches last night. Looked like Ichiro. A slap bunt almost, and hit it hard past the diving Seager. But first pitch hitting, as he did last night, he ended up getting 3 hits and his average up over 234 now.
So Coco's hot. And here's Weeks. .218 for Weeks. A couple of home runs and 13 runs batted in. Got a home run in his career against Felix Hernandez. Coco not running. Weeks bunts, and it's right up the first base line. And did they get him? No. Smoke did not get the tag on Weeks. Everybody's safe. Wedge is going to argue.
And the thing is, I think Jamiles stayed inside the running path to first base and avoided it. And that is Chris Guccione, the first base umpire, who made the call. Great bunt, as he was just trying to sacrifice down the first base line, but running hard in case. And that forced Smoke to, and he did miss him clearly. And Jamiles running down the line, he verted the tag right there, but stayed. Actually never left the path. And boy, just take a look in Expo right there. Is Smoke, if he got him, it was with the maybe the piece of string on his glove. Expo brought to you by Cache Creek Casino Resort. I think in that shot, well, it looked like he avoided the tag.
So 2 on, nobody out for Reddick. And the first pitch to Reddick is outside. 20 homers, 42 RBIs for Reddick. Last night he hit his 20th in the first inning. Broken at bat, roller toward first, and Smoke will get the out at first. So the runners do move up. So maybe not what Reddick wanted to do, but it turns out to be a productive out.
Well, I think that's huge, because against this guy, King Felix, and we have seen him in the past as far as loading the bases, nobody out, getting out of the inning in the first inning, but he's that good. He's a strikeout pitcher, and he'll try to do that now. Cespedes, but the ball got in on the hands of Reddick, pulled the hands in, tried to, but still cracked his bat, but slowly hit. Smoke had only 1 play to first base, so the infield back, they'll give the A's a run, and that would be a big one to get in this first inning, at least the 1.
Cespedes 269 home runs. And the first pitch is in for a strike. Hernandez second in the American League with 122 strikeouts.
So the first pitch you see might be the best. You may have just seen it.
Infield back. Cespedes needs to put it in play on the ground, and the A's should get a run.
I think this is where a pitcher, in the case of Felix Hernandez, who is capable of strikeouts, and those guys know that. Even with the infield back, he's trying to prevent a run from scoring, and he will throw the kitchen sink, throw everything he has to try to get the out.
That one bounced. Ryan dives. He'll throw to third, and they call him safe. Run comes in to score. And Cespedes does what he has to do to get the run home.
Well, he saw Brandon Ryan last night, and man, what a play he almost made. Thought he had gotten it. His third baseman, Seager, thought he had gotten it, but usually with the runner at second base, you don't run with the ball in front of you. But Cespedes hit the cut fastball. Look at Ryan. He dives. He throws to third. Might have shocked everybody. And Seager looked like, or at least he thought he had reached backhand and tagged him as Jamal Weeks went in. Thought he got it maybe on the foot, but that's Bill Welke, third base umpire, and Jamal almost. And Mike Gallego helping the safe call. So a big run for the Athletics.
First pitch to Seth Smith is a little bit low. So the A's score in the first off Hernandez, and they're not done yet.
I checked Seager see if he got any part of his glove. He did, maybe late after Jamal's hand was already on the bag. So good call again by Bill Welke. So both corner umpires, excellent calls today so far.
Smith swings and misses, and the count 1-1. 252 for Seth Smith with 8 home runs, 27 runs batted in. Weeks at third, Cespedes at first. Smith got a fastball and he fouled it straight back. Seen this before with Felix Hernandez. You get an opportunity against him early in the game because more than likely he will settle in. Plus, I think he gets ticked off if you score a run or two against him.
He also knows that his club has not been supporting him a lot offensively, although last night Wedge's club scored him 7 runs. That was Jason Vargas, big 3-run double by Seager.
Cespedes goes swing and a miss, throw to second base is not in time. So Smith strikes out, a stolen base for Cespedes. 2 outs here in the bottom of the first.
That's a very good play by Cespedes, and I thought here just a matter of contact by Smith, and he is going to score a run because they're not going to be able to turn the double play. And fortunately, good play, good throw by Olivo. Look where Ryan takes the throw. If he's straddling the bag, he might have a much better chance to tag out Cespedes. Cespedes goes to the outside part of the bag, and that's where the quick tag straddling the bag might have gotten him, but playing in front, he had to catch the ball, bring it back, and not able to get the out call. Olivo, a very strong arm, that time a very accurate throw.
So Brandon Moss steps in. Weeks dashing down the line about 6 or 7 steps. See if he can distract Hernandez. First pitch is outside to Brandon Moss, hitting .268 with 10 home runs.
That's a very good play by Jamal Weeks because Seager's so far off the line. There's nobody paying attention to him, so he can come off the bag a long way, maybe try to get Felix to flinch and force a ball.
Popped up, shallow center. Ryan out, and the shortstop Brendan Ryan makes the catch in front of Saunders. Side retired. A's get a run on 3 hits. We're off to the second inning. 1-0 Athletics. Brought to you by Cash Creek's Summer of Luck. $500 cash every hour from 2 p.m. until midnight. Visit cashcreek.com for details. A's get a run off Hernandez in the bottom of the first inning. So they lead 1-0. That's the giveaway today. The Oaks hat. Brought to you by Cash Creek. It's a good looking hat. Kyle Seager leading it off. Seager, Wells, Smoke.
Speaking of smoking hot, Kyle Seager has no idea that he's going to enjoy 4 days. He is so hot. Last thing he wants is time off. Swinging the bat well, getting big hits, and when you're hitting that way, last thing you want is an off day, especially 4 for the All-Star break.
52 RBIs for Seager. That one just a bit inside. So 2-1 the count. Colon gave up the leadoff hit to Ackley in the first inning, but the Mariners could not do anything with it. Missed inside. 3-1. This was the biggest hit in the game last night, and it belonged to Kyle Seager.
Hanging curveball with 2 strikes and the bases loaded and 2 outs, and it cleared the bases, but Seager, as hot as he has been, especially got a hanging curveball, able to plant the foot, adjust, and the big hit.
3-1 pitch is skied to shallow center, and Pennington handles the sun. He's got the baseball. So that's out number 1. Seager retired.
Cap, the biggest difference today for Bartolo Colon. Of course, the tough sun for the infielders, outfielders,
left fielder, number
especially left fielders as this game progresses. But this is the first game that someone other than Kurt Suzuki has caught Bartolo Colon. So there's an adjustment. I think Derek Norris, I mean, I'm sure he talked, and Kurt Suzuki's been great about talking to Norris in preparation for a game, but for a catcher to realize that he can call nothing but fastballs, that's unusual. And basically that's what Bartolo Colon does. So Kurt Suzuki has been outstanding. He's not playing as much, but really trying to bring Derek Norris along. And remember, Kurt Suzuki's not 40 on his way out. He still has time left.
Wells hits a line drive, but right at Inge for out number 2. So Justin Smoke will hit.
First baseman, number 17, Justin Smoke.
So Smoke, the switch hitter, steps in. 203 the average with 11 home runs, 34 runs batted in. He's 1 for 8 with 4 strikeouts in this series. His lone hit was a double last night.
The Mariners won the first game in Tokyo, and when Justin Smoke hit the opposite field home run off Bartolo Colon, probably thought they had a chance to win that one as well. That was in the 7th inning. A's came back, and Cespedes and Gomes hit home runs. I think from Smoke's standpoint and his power, he can learn to use the opposite field more and more, and especially like he did against Colon, that's going to help him.
Colon, the 0-2 pitch, and that's bounced toward Moss, the first baseman. He's got it. Side retired. So 3 up, 3 down inning, and the A's will see if they can do some more damage against Felix Hernandez. It'll be Norris, Inge, and Pennington to hit.
That take your team with you with MLB.TV. Subscribe today to see every A's out-of-market game live online in HD quality. Features include choice of home and away broadcast, multi-game viewing, and the ability to pause and rewind live games. Visit OaklandAthletics.com to order. MLB.TV, baseball everywhere.
A's with a 1-0 lead, bottom of the second inning. Norris, Inge, and Pennington. Hernandez threw just 13 pitches in that first inning. He gave up a run on 3 hits. Coco swung at the first pitch, had a base hit. .270 for Derek Norris. And that breaking ball spins inside.
He almost ducked right into it. Almost ducked into a hit in the head. Especially with a sharp right curveball that Felix throws.
Two-one pitch. Another breaking ball, but it stays outside this time. 3-1 the count. Hernandez, just 26 years old. An all-star for the 3rd time this year. When you sign, he walks Norris. When you sign
batting in the 8th position.
Cespedes hand, and let's hope it's not the same one. Probably the same one that put him on the disabled list. Mario Prieto, interpreter, and talking to him. What happened? He's back. Good. It's good news.
Try to get him back out there. You don't want him in the clubhouse. But as I was saying about Hernandez, going to sign a Latin player, sign him young, and that's what the Mariners did with Hernandez. He was just 16 years old when they signed him back in 2002. Now he developed a little quicker than most. He got to the big leagues at a very young age, just 19 years old.
And some say that, and especially people back in New York, that when he signed the long-term contract with Seattle, they said, okay, on this date when that contract expires, he'll be a Yankee, but we'll see. I'm sure the Mariners will do their best to try to keep him.
His contract runs through 2014. And at that point, he'll be a free agent, and he'll be 28 years old.
Okay.
So he's going to be just fine. And, of course, his name is always in the trade rumors, not necessarily the Mariners saying they're going to do anything. Cespedes looks like he's heading back into the clubhouse. Inge swings and misses on 1-2, so that's the second strikeout for Hernandez. Biggest drop on curveballs by right-handed pitchers this season. So Hernandez, what should we say, Ray? He's got a good downer.
He's got everything, including that downer. And I think that the pitch that he throws so effectively is the changeup. It's like a turbo sinker changeup at about 90-91, and looks like a two-seamer, but it's a changeup. Reminiscent of Rich Harden throwing his hard one at 86-87. So you can imagine staying at the plate and getting one thrown much harder to hit.
Pennington hitting .202. Norris takes off, and Pennington watches it be a ball, and Norris slides in safely with a stolen base. So how about that? Norris picks up a steal, and that's his second.
Well, he said by shaving, maybe guys wouldn't recognize it, but could steal another one. Well, how about two on his homestand? His major league debut, first ever stolen base, and Olivo, quick release, strong throw again, got a breaking ball, very difficult pitch to throw, but Olivo very good, and there's no doubt as a catcher, the last thing you want is another catcher to steal a base off you. You think about it, but he did have a chance to throw him out.
One more pitch. Pennington bounces one slowly toward Ackley, who charges, flips to first, and that's the second out. So before the game, Cliff Pennington is struggling this year. He's hitting the shade over 200. So what do you do, right? Get a little hitting advice.
Number 13,
You'll be all right.
Justin Ackley.
Swing. He looked like a dancing bear. No, right?
Number 51, Ichiro Suzuki.
When you interview Cliff on post game after he hits a walk-off, we'll say, what information did you get?
That's exactly right. So 2 outs. Coco Crisp. Speaking of the Oaks, Ray, we're going to be joined in the booth soon by Ernie Broglio, who was a member of the Oakland Oaks for 3 years and went on some good seasons in the major leagues. So get a little history lesson from Mr. Broglio. Looking forward to that. Coco hits it hard. Nice play by Smoke. And Justin Smoke takes a run away from the Athletics with a very nice play. Leadoff walk. That's stranded 1-0 A's after 2. Stay up to date on everything athletics with Casey Pratt. Follow Casey on Twitter at CaseyPrattCSN. Log on to A's Talk on CSNCalifornia.com all season long. Read Casey's news and notes on the Oakland Athletics. Casey working hard again today. Top of the 3rd inning. It'll be Olivo, Ryan, and Ackley. When Cespedes had a pretty good wrap put on his hand, and he seems to be okay. So Cespedes out in left field. Glove maybe a little bit tighter with that wrap he's got on. Let's see it on the left hand wrist area. So 0-1 the count to Olivo. And we promised you a guest, and he's here. Ernie Broglio joins us. Ernie, thank you for coming by. How you doing? Hold on, we got to get your microphone down here.
Oh, okay.
There we go. That's better.
I want to thank you for this remark you made yesterday's game about we didn't make the trade, somebody else made the trade.
What trade?
I don't know what you're talking about.
What are you talking about, Ernie? We got more important things to talk about than that. You're a local kid. Local kid make great.
Yeah, well, thanks.
I watched you. I was a Cardinal fan. I watched you before the trade.
Really? You're not that old.
Yes.
I mean, you are.
No. I am older. You're right. You got it right the first time. No, I grew up in Southern Illinois.
Oh, okay.
Down in Marion, and of course, next to you, my boyhood idol was Stan Musial.
Oh, great
what
guy.
What a great guy.
Great guy.
And of course, that your years with the Cardinals, and Yeah, I watched you because Sportsman's Park, where you played before Busch Stadium, and then of course the
right field.
Short right field. As a pitcher, you would know that, right?
Yeah. Big center field, big left field, short right field.
It was a great one.
So 3 seasons with the Oakland Oaks. Ernie, what are some of your memories from those 3 seasons? Unfortunately, it was the last 3 seasons of the Oakland Oaks as well. But tell us some of your memories about that.
Well, I was fortunate enough to sign right out of high school at 17 years old at SU High.
All right.
And they kept me around. I got a chance to pitch a couple of ball games before I turned 18. And one of the I had every major league team after me, and the 2 Coast League teams, Oakland and San Francisco. But I signed with Oakland because it was close to home. It was a 10-minute drive to the ballpark. And there were some people that I knew. In fact, Jim Marshall, who played first base, and Augie Galland, who lived in El Cerrito, was the manager at the time. And they were pretty much responsible for me signing with the Oaks. And it was, what's great about it, and probably everybody knows, maybe they don't, is that you played 6 days in one town. You had Monday off. That's right. You had a doubleheader, 7 and a 9-inning game. Monday off, and then go to the next town for 6 days, so you didn't have to pack the bags. You travel. And the longest trip was to Seattle and Portland.
That's right. There it is. Of course, there was no baseball west of the Mississippi during that period of time, so it was the old Coast League, which was great. George Bamberger, I don't know, was George with you?
Yes, he was.
Yeah, he was, of course, pitching coach and manager for the Brewers when I was back there.
Exactly.
So I know that whenever the Brewers would come to Oakland, play the A's, that he was always talking about playing for the Oaks, in this area, for sure.
Yeah, well, we were kind of in the middle because you had Sacramento up the ways, and then across the bay, San Francisco, and then basically the 2 long trips were L.A., San Diego, and Hollywood, and then Seattle and Portland. So we were kind of in the middle.
How did you travel?
Mostly plane. Mostly plane, except for Sacramento and San Francisco, which was bus, or we drove ourselves.
That's great.
Ernie Broglio joining us.
And before you, of course, Casey Stengel was managing the Oaks. And was he, it's interesting, I think he was the one to start the platoon when he went to the Yankees. Using the platoon, lefty, righty, and so forth. Nobody ever thought about that at the time. Hey, stick around. Look how quickly this winning is. It happened. You didn't even know it.
We got a lot to talk about with Ernie Broglio. 1-0 A's. Broglio, the history of the Oakland Oaks. We're here for a long time.
Yeah.
That's great. Billy Martin,
yeah.
The kid.
Yeah, he lived not too far from me in Berkeley, where I was
really?
born.
Now, Ernie, tell us about the PCL, and is it true? I've read this a couple times, but that sure you wanted to play in the major leagues, you wanted to go east and play in the major leagues, but the PCL was very attractive if you were playing it, and a lot of guys said, no, I think I'm going to stay in the PCL. Is that true?
That's true. I played with a few of them at Oakland that said that they made more money in the Coast League than they had made in the big leagues, and they didn't want to go back.
Yeah, that's right.
And that's a little unusual because being a AAA affiliate, to baseball, and just a few working agreements with some major league teams. And so you depended, if you're going to pay that kind of money, there's no television, so you had to have pretty good crowds come into the ballpark and plus radio. But no, that was, and I think a lot of them wanted to stay out here for the simple reason they didn't have to get on a plane or go someplace every 3 days or 4 days,
Yeah. So it was a little more of almost like you were playing for your hometown team.
Yes.
I mean, that was maybe the difference between the PCL and how it was put together, as opposed to the major league teams, the Yankees, and so on and so forth.
Well, you look at 58 when the Giants and the Dodgers came out from Brooklyn, and that's the first time baseball came out here. And of course, the 3 years prior to that is when the Oaks moved up to Vancouver.
Yeah, right.
So it was great. Of course, during I think that time too, the travel was train in the big leagues during that time, and so the train trips had to be pretty nice.
I was very lucky to have the opportunity to play for Charlie Dressen too.
Oh yeah.
He had a little bit of that Leo DeRocher background. He was mean enough, and something that I appreciated. Double. Hey, this guy can hit.
Yes, he can.
So Reddick, the 1-out double.
I asked him down in the dugout, I said, where do you get your power? He says, I swing hard.
Yes, he does. That's right.
But he's got, you could almost compare him to these golfers who have great swings, hit the ball 350 yards. Well, he's tall and thin, but great hand-eye coordination. And a follow through, of course, he had a home run off a left-hander last night.
Yeah.
But he has been great. 20 home runs the All-Star break.
Oh, that's very good. Yeah. There was another guy that signed the same time as I did, and that's both of you probably know him, was Bob Murphy.
Yeah, sure.
Him out of Stanford and me out of El Cerrito High School. We both signed the same day, and I haven't seen him in quite a while, but I kind of joke with him coming from a 4-year college and me from a high school.
He's still going to Stanford, kind of, right?
I think so. Announcing.
Yeah, terrific announcer. Tell us about the ballpark in Oakland. Was it set in Emeryville?
Oh boy, yeah, it was like playing in a closet. Right field was very short, and left field. Well, they had high walls all the time. Yeah. And it wasn't basically a pitcher's park. It was more of a hitter's park. And I remember, I can't remember the pitcher I was pitching against hit a home run off of me in right field. He runs down to first base and stops.
Oh.
Slides into second.
No.
Dusts himself off, slides into third, dusts himself off, and slides it, and then comes running hard to home plate, stops about 5 yards and crawls into home plate and tags home plate. I'm out on the mound laughing, and Dressen's going crazy.
How many times did he get drilled after that?
Oh, no. Well, in those days, I was too young to realize what that was all about, but it was a great show for the people in the stands,
Wow.
I wish I could remember his name.
So what Reggie Jackson did here starting in the early 70s was nothing compared to what you saw.
No.
That's amazing.
No, he was a good Pacific Coast League pitcher. He had pitched quite a few years in the Coast League, which, again, going back to what you said, that a lot of guys stayed out here because of that.
Yeah.
Fans were great all over. All over. I remember Steve Bilko in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
And then Hollywood Stars had the half pants for 1 year.
That's right.
And what an outfield they had. I think it was Carlos Benier, Lee Walls, and I can't remember the other. I mean, they had speed and arm out there.
Lee Walls, he gets a lot of credit for what he did with the Oakland A's with Billy Martin.
Okay.
Taking care of the outfielders, and one of the best outfields of Dwayne Murphy, Ricky, we'll get through this and continue.
All right, Ernie, stick around. One more half inning,
okay.
all right?
Thank
we got
you.
more questions for. We're not done with you yet.
Okay.
No. 1-0 A's after 3. The Oakland Oaks in 1955. Ernie, who was the president in 1955? Don't look at the monitor. Dwight Eisenhower.
Oh, okay, good.
Gas 23 cents, price of home. Don't even look at that. The Dodgers finally won a World Series.
That's the only time in Brooklyn, in 1955.
In fact, a good friend of mine that we played against each other in high school went to Richmond High. Played for the Chicago White Sox that year, 1959.
So, Johnny Gomes is in the game for Cespedes. So, Yoenis Cespedes, the hand must have been bothering him. He is out.
Well, it's appropriate Johnny Gomes get. I mean, he was so proud to put on this uniform, Ernie. I mean, he was putting it on and just making sure. Of course, you guys didn't have wristbands back then.
No.
I know that you didn't wear those, but Johnny is proud to put the uniform on for sure.
Ernie, when you finished playing with the Oaks in 55, what was the process then for you to eventually get to the St. Louis Cardinals, where you started your career as a major leaguer?
I was bought by the New York Giants then, from Oakland, and I spent in fact I played with Willie McCovey in Dallas, Texas, in the Texas League. I spent 3 years in that organization. I was at Phoenix with an 8-1 record when I got traded up to Toronto. Jack Kent Cook was the owner then. What a great man he was. And so at the end of the year, I ended up 19-4 in AAA, with the pitching of Phoenix and Toronto. And my understanding that the Giants were going to lose me back to Toronto. So that's why they traded me to the St. Louis Cardinals.
Gotcha. Okay.
Sportsman's Park.
You know, it's amazing. And I talked to McGuire about a few years ago what St. Louis does to ball players and what the town does for the ball players.
Right.
And he was playing at the time. Now he's back there as a hitting coach. And just, you know, the players that go there, and Tony La Russa, look how many years he spent there.
That's right.
And I'm sure it was because of the organization and the people in St. Louis, too.
So what was it like to be traded?
Oh, boy.
because the best question.
No, because you won 18 games before that. The year before.
Did,
you were a star with the Cardinals.
Right.
Brock was nobody.
Nope. No.
Could you stick around? We got to keep another half.
Yeah.
This is, you know, you're good luck for the A's because Bartolo Colon is getting quick eyes. We don't have enough time to ask you questions.
Name the two people who both played for the Oakland Oaks and managed the Oakland A's.
Ooh.
All right. Not for you. No, this is for our fans, Ernie.
I know one.
I know one, too.
I think we all know one.
Yeah. For the Oaks. First baseman, number 37.
Brandon Moss to lead it off. Bottom of the fourth inning. The A's with a 1-0 lead over the Mariners. We're visiting with Ernie Broglio, who played 3 years with the Oakland Oaks, 1953, 54, and 55. Ray was asking you about the famous trade.
Well, I
Broglio
think,
for Brock.
and I will preface it by saying this: the great late Charlie Finley always say, "Let me see my name in print, good or bad. I don't care, just as long as you see it." Well, you've seen your name in print for many, many years.
Yeah.
And explain too what you had done and where Lou Brock was at his time in his career when this trade occurred.
Well, I was in Houston at the time, just getting ready. You know, it was early in the June, and then those days, June, I think 12th or 15th was the deadline, trade deadline dates. I had not even a gleam in my eye that I was going to be traded. I don't think anybody did, because I think that we respected the organization and they respected us. But someplace down the road, they saw, and I did have some elbow problems.
But you had won your record compared to what Lou Brock had done at the time of the trade, which was they were the favorite. Cubs were getting a steal, getting you.
Right, compared to my years before with 18 wins. But in fairness to everything, Lou Brock won the World Series and won the pennant for them. He ended up hitting 3-something, stole numerous of bases, and hit, I think, over 30 home runs. And I go to the point of a ball player that goes to St. Louis. Love St. Louis and will play a little harder for that organization.
They're the only team in town. There's no doubt.
And I didn't like day baseball when I went, because I was telling Ray that day baseball hitters can read the seams. At least night baseball, I'll have a chance with a curveball or slider, you know. But daytime, they can see the seams, and they're better hitters and everything. And
great point.
So
going to Chicago, it was all day baseball at that time.
That's right.
There was they didn't have the lights at the time.
And when I was going in to pitch, I would look at the flags and hope they were blowing in instead of out, because you didn't take much to hit a home run with a broken bat going into the stands.
Did you end up liking Chicago, though?
No, I did. No, I'm sorry.
Just did not change your mind?
No, I did not. Good guys: Ernie Banks, Billy Williams, Ron Santo, Kessinger at short, Beckett. Great guys. I just did not like playing at Wrigley Field. And even though I pitched and won quite a few games there, probably why they made the trade, because I did well there, that I just did not like it to have to go in those days, every fourth day.
Yeah.
2 outs here in the bottom of the fourth.
Would you ever change anything, especially growing up in this area? I mean, I know you still live in the area, but to have grown up, played for the Oaks, went on to the big leagues, you come back home. I mean, how great has it been for you to stay in the Bay Area throughout your whole life?
Well, I like it because of the weather conditions. We got umpteen hundred sports things going on between the colleges and the pro baseball and the California State League, and it's a comfortable weather to be in. It's not overly hot and not really, the wintertime you get a little cold. But being a native, which, pretty limited.
That's right.
And that's why I stayed and enjoyed what I'm doing. I live in San Jose now, so.
Well, especially play for two teams in the Midwest. Kyle's from Wisconsin. I'm from down in Southern Illinois, so we know what it's like in the summertime with the heat and humidity. So this is a nice place to come when it's all over, for sure.
Well, I pitched a ball game in Houston before the Astrodome.
Yeah.
It was a day-night doubleheader. I pitched 12 o'clock in the afternoon.
Wow.
I lost 12 pounds. Pitched the whole ball game. Was on base 3 times. And
no DH then, huh?
No DH. And I was kind of superstitious, and I had to change uniforms. I never did want to change uniforms, but I had to change because all wool uniforms clinging to me, so I had to change. And I pitched 9 innings, the ball club went back to the hotel. They told me to stay here because I was perspiring like unbelievable, boy. So when they came back for the second game, the 7 o'clock game, I was still sweating. I mean, it was bad. It was really
Ernie, it's a
bad.
pleasure meeting you. Thanks for coming on. Enjoy the rest of the day, all right?
And glad that's a double knit instead of a wool, because I know what you'd be like.
Thanks. I appreciate it, Gary, very much. That's great.
Name the two people who both played for the Oakland Oaks and managed the Oakland A's.
Number 15,
Billy Martin and Jim Marshall.
Jim Marshall, yeah.
How about that?
Well, right now there's a nice visit going on with Eddie Montague, former Major League umpire and now umpire supervisor, and Ernie Broglio. Because Eddie's father signed Ernie Broglio to his first contract.
That's great. Well, Billy Martin.
Now batting, number 33, Casper Wells.
He was here, and that was a great shot. They called him the kid, and being carried off. Of course, played here and then went back to New York. And of course, when he came back to manage the A's, it's like a homecoming for him as well. Billy Ball. Boy, he had a lot of excitement. The Haas family taking over ownership. They won. Haas family said, "This is what it's that easy to win?
What's the big deal?"
Yeah. And Eddie Montague was so excited because you mentioned Ernie Broglio last night, and he said, "You know, I heard he's going to be here," and talking about his dad signing him. Well, he said it was his other kid that his dad signed by the name of Willie Mays.
There you go.
So Mays and Broglio.
Huh. Oh, and 1 to Casper Wells, who lined out to Inge in the second inning. Pitch is high. Well, that was a fun visit. Mr. Broglio, very nice man.
And I thought the point you brought up about the players playing out here did not want to go to the big leagues because they'd have to travel back at least to the Midwest.
Yeah, I'd read that a couple times where the money was pretty good in the PCL and the competition was, I don't know, was it equivalent to the major leagues?
Well, they had some great players.
Pretty close.
Yeah, great players. And, you know, several years later, I remember when I was in the Coast League, Pacific Coast League at the time, and of course baseball, Major League Baseball was out here, but the Hawaiian Islanders had a team. And teams, they were in the Pacific Coast League, and teams from Portland, Seattle, San Diego, whatever. Tell you about that in a minute. The A's will host the Chevron STEM Zone at the Coliseum Friday, July 20th through the 22nd. of Sunday, July the 22nd, the A's play the New York Yankees. Chevron, in partnership with Exploratorium in San Francisco, has created the STEM Zone, which introduces science, technology, engineering, and mathematics to children through baseball. Visit the Chevron STEM Zone near Section 200. For game tickets, visit oaklandathletics.com. But the teams would go to Hawaii 2 trips, a week at one time and 3 days. Those players in Hawaii, when they got called to the big leagues, they said,
Yeah, I'm not going.
No way. No. We're going to make more. And would I go to Cleveland or Detroit or Honolulu, Hawaii?
Yeah.
They'd stay in Hawaii.
Yeah.
And, it was just part of it. The minimum at that time was $7,000 a year for a first-year player. And those guys were making more than that because there were former major league players who had gone down to AAA and then playing for the Islanders and making very good money and realized if they go back to big leagues.
Deep right field into the corner and foul. Smoke just launched one, just foul.
And Bartolo just happy, said just a strike. High, fortunately to the right, and it took Chris Guccione, who called Jamal Weeks safe on the bunt first inning, and called this one foul. It is just the one-run game.
Remember, Cologne gave up a hit to the first batter he faced, Dustin Ackley. Nothing since then. 1-2 pitch, strike 3 called on the inside corner. That's strikeout number 5, and that's 15 consecutive hitters retired by Bartolo Colon. This state in 2008, Justin Dukeshire, a 2-hit shutout against these Mariners. He struck out 4, walked nobody. Time of game, Ray, 1 hour and 49 minutes. A's won 2-0. 149.
Oh, if Justin Dukeshire could have just stayed healthy.
He can pitch, boy.
He had the curveball, the 12-6, and he also had and developed a great cut fastball, which really helped him throughout his career. But back injuries and just too many health problems, and tried to come back here, tried to come back in Baltimore, and just didn't work out. But what a great pitcher when he was healthy.
Bottom of the 5th, it's a 1-0 game. A's got a run on 3 hits in the very first inning. Since that first inning, they have had just 1 hit. Hernandez has retired 5 in a row, but Colon has been just a little bit better so far.
Well, we knew it'd be pitching today, especially everybody knows what King Felix can do, and up to Bartolo Colon to match him, if not be better, which he's done that.
53 pitches so far for Felix Hernandez. So the pitch counts just about right. 0-2 pitch is just a bit low. Angels are leading the Orioles 5-0 that game in the 5th inning. Some of the highlights look like there were some balls flying out of the ballpark by the Angels. Ibar and Trout have homered, and Albert Pujols has also homered. Texas will play tonight.
Just thinking about that, the All-Star break starts tomorrow, plus the All-Star representatives that the Rangers have almost their whole team will be flying out after the game to Kansas City tonight.
Yeah.
But to be involved in a night game because of the heat there, but also in Boston, the Yankees, you know that game's going to last till about 1 o'clock in the morning.
That's right. That's a couple of night games. You're right.
That's the network, and then the game at Texas, grandfathered in because of the heat.
Two pitch to Pennington is high. The Twins will send DeFreeze to the mound against Oswalt. It's a rubber game of that series. Twins. The Angels are trying to take 3 out of 4 from the Orioles if they can hang on. There's a line drive base hit to center field for Pennington. So if you're just joining us, Yoenis Cespedes has left the game, and I think he hurt his left hand or maybe his thumb, but I think maybe it happened on that slide, and they wrapped it up, and they had a pretty good wrap on it. You see the wrap in the thumb right there, and he went out and played the field for a half an inning, and then he came out after that.
And that's why Jemile Weeks, Coco Crisp, guys have had hand injuries, put that sliding wrist protection on so that when they do slide in, they do not hit the thumb with their fingers. Worst thing that could happen. There's no doubt the best ever, Ricky Henderson sliding head first. Coco, a couple years ago, his first season with the A's, exhibition game against the Giants in San Francisco. Bay Bridge Series, slid in. Uribe just pounded him, broke his finger. Started the season on the disabled list, so he's wearing the protection. After jumping on the first pitch fastball, Felix Hernandez since then is not giving him anything good to hit fastball wise on the first pitch.
Seager at third is in on the grass. That hit by Pennington is the 5th hit off of Hernandez so far.
So that gentleman who's talking hitting with Penny before the game, this is 1-on-1, got 1 hit.
1 for 2. Pennington dancing off, and then he got to quickly get back.
And if Felix had thrown to the plate, he might have kept running because he was maybe going on first move and started and then realized if Felix stepped off and threw over, better get back.
Pennington inches off, not running, and Coco fouls it straight back, so the count is 1-1. Coco a single and a run scored in that first inning, and then he bounced out to first. In fact, he hit a ball very hard to first that Smoke made a nice play on, and that happened with a runner at third and 2 outs. So the play by Smoke saved a run for the Mariners. Outfield straightaway, fairly shallow for Crisp. And he shoots that one past Seager into left field, a base hit. So the A's are in business here in the 5th inning.
Well, amazingly, we've seen Coco Crisp, and on this hot streak, just from the left side, just a slight stride. He moves his front foot and then upper body swing. So with the third baseman, Seager, playing in front of the bag, this ball is by him, the hot corner, for a reason, as he had no chance falling to his left to even knock the ball down. So you would assume speed at first and second, and Jamal Weeks will be bunting again as he did in the first inning.
So Hernandez talks it over with the left side of his infield, Ryan and Seager. Olivo, the catcher, gives some signs to his defense. Weeks to bunt, and he missed it. And throw back to second base, and picked off is going to be Pennington. He's in the rundown. Now there's going to be a couple of A's at second base. Pennington will get tagged, and that's a costly mistake by Pennington.
Well, unfortunately, when a hitter bunts through a pitch, the runner at second base is anticipating he's going to make contact, but he bunts through it, and he finds himself out in the middle of nowhere. Right there, Jamal bunted, and Cliff Pennington too far off. He would have been better suited to head to third base immediately. As soon as the throw goes to second, just keep running as he started. And then once he got in the rundown, and Coco getting to second base where he wanted to make sure at least he got in the scoring position. And Penny knew he was out. But you're right, very costly.
So runner at second, one out now. But you're right, as the runner, you see the ball heading for the strike zone. So your thought is that he's probably going to make contact on the bunt.
Bunting through a pitch is the worst thing that can happen with an aggressive runner at second base. But you know, the problem that a catcher can have in reality, in hindsight, of course, looks much easier, but Pennington was off so far. He started to third, and once the throw to second, try to continue. That's the only chance he's going to have to be safe. Throw to second, then back over to third base.
Weeks cues it foul. So Cliff Pennington, frustration, understandable. So 1-2 the count to Weeks. Ryan trying to keep Coco Crisp close. Strike three called on the inside corner. Weeks can't believe it.
Jeff Nelson's been pretty consistent, especially with Bartolo Colon with this pitch, and Jamal had to think it came late as he backed off. He's close to the plate.
How about a designated hitter?
He had the corner.
Josh Reddick.
Two pitchers who really like to use the fastball into lefties, and tremendous movement.
So that's the third strikeout for Hernandez. And here's Reddick. First pitch to Reddick is a fastball up and away. Johnny Gomes is in the on deck circle. You wonder if, nothing against Johnny Gomes, but if Hernandez may pitch a little bit careful to Reddick.
He should, regardless who's in the on deck circle, even with Cespedes, as hot as Reddick has been.
And there's a line drive right into the glove of Ackley. Side retired. So Reddick hit it right on the button, but it's an out. 1-0 after 5.
All-Star game as the best of the American League, including Ryan Cook of the A's, take on the National League's top players. Don't miss the action. It's Tuesday, July the 10th at 4:30 p.m. Oh, picking up an All-Star. Bartolo Colon's pitching like an All-Star also.
He is. He's retired 15 in a row. 1 hit through 5 innings, and that was to the leadoff man, Ackley, in the first. Olivo drives one, right center. Coco on the move, still on the move, near the wall, and he makes the running catch. Olivo is retired. Here's our Subway Eat Fresh Ask Glenn and Ray question. Lupe from Madero asks, do players play pranks on other players in the clubhouse? Ray, you would know better than I think they do, though.
Oh, yes. I mean, they do probably more on the bench and in the bullpen than they do in the clubhouse. I think one of the best was, well, of course, we've seen what Josh Reddick does. If a guy's doing an interview, he runs up. It's amazing how quickly he can shake hands with everybody, run up the clubhouse, get a can of whipped cream, put it in a towel, run back down, and while the interview is going on with us, he slams into the guy's face. But I mean, that's quickness in itself. But that's I wouldn't call that a prank. I'd call it something else. But Bert Blyleven to me was the best of giving a hot foot.
The old hot foot?
The old hot foot. And if you sat around on the bench or in the bullpen, somehow he'd take a match head and put it in your shoe and then light the thing and just let it start heating up.
That's hard to do.
And then all of a sudden you see the guy start jumping. But really, those things are done when guys get bored on the bench or in the bullpen. But in the clubhouse, probably not as much. But
there's a lot of downtime.
That's so much downtime. And here it is. Got the hand to the back of the head, and then Johnny Gomes.
Wash it off.
Yeah. Oh, that's cold. Payback, though. We know who the culprits are, so.
That is true.
But whether Chris Carter would have the nerve to do the same thing to guys who have more time than he does, maybe not. A lot of times you take things as a rookie, and you just take it and laugh. And you know, how about the prank of the player, the relief pitcher with the least amount of time, has to walk to the bullpen with some sort of a backpack,
kitty backpack,
whatever. In Texas, probably the best. That was that Robbie Ross.
That's right.
And there's your Hello Kitty from the A's. So that would be Mr. Scribner.
It's been around. That trick has been around quite a while.
But they have to put it on their back, walk to the bullpen.
Smith playing shallows right there. Ryan lines out. So Colon rolls on.
But in Texas, when Robbie Ross walks the bullpen, they put him on diamond vision.
That's pretty funny, actually.
Cowboy hat, he's got it all.
And the fans love it.
Yeah, well, Chuck Morgan makes sure that his cameras are on Robbie as he's going to the bullpen.
So 2 outs.
But it's all in good fun. And, you know, at one time, too, manager, coaches, trainers, players all rode one bus. Now it's separated where everything changes, where players on one bus. So who knows what happens on those? We know nothing happens on our bus.
So you get to the ballpark early, and there's all that downtime.
Yeah.
After you eat, of course, right?
Several times. 2 hits for the Mariners, and that guy has both of them. Ackley hit. First pitch fastball hitting, elevated the pitch similar to what he did his first at bat when he hammered a base hit to left field. Same type of pitch on 0-2. This was the first pitch from Bartolo.
So here's Ichiro Suzuki, and he takes a strike. Ackley does have 8 steals, so keep an eye on him.
I'll tell you this, the outfield playing very shallow, so if a ball is hitting the gap, he doesn't have to steal second. He would score on a ball hitting the gap.
And that one's flipped over third, and it's going to drop, and it's fair. Ackley safely to third. Ichiro stays at first, and it looked like it hit right on the line. First and third, 2 outs.
And that's why the outfield's playing shallow. They figure they're going to get more of those and hope to catch. But, boy, the Q spin, and
they're arguing about the
Bob
call.
Melvin's going to argue. Same with Inge. And they're all pointing foul.
Ooh, boy. If it was fair, it was not fair by a lot. That's for sure. Inge was closest to where the ball landed as far as getting a look at it. I mean, look how close he is, and he says that's foul. I think that's foul.
Yeah, I think it is too. And where was Bill Welke when the A's needed him in a game here against the Giants down the right field line? Now, you know what? Something came up, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's chalk.
Could be grass.
It could have been grass. It could have been just the dirt underneath, whatever. But we saw it in right field when the A's hit it, and that was actual chalk. It was white, but it was foul. This one was foul. So 3 pitches in trouble.
Here's Saunders. And Saunders rips one into right field. That's a base hit. Ichiro's going to go to third, and we're tied. So Saunders on the first pitch hits one hard past Moss. So the close ball that was called fair is now an issue.
Well, and with Moss holding the runner, that made everything a problem. If he's in normal position without Ichiro being at first, it's the 3rd out of the inning, but that's not the case. But again, the fastball thrown by Bartolo, and this time through the batting order, 3rd time through, and you'd have to think these hitters are looking fastballs.
So here's Jaso. Now the go-ahead run at third with 2 outs, and Jaso takes a strike on the outside corner. So 17 in a row retired by Bartolo Colon, and then 3 consecutive hits with 2 outs. Oh, 1 pitch, and Jaso bounces one to Moss, who will spin around, step on the bag. Side retired, a run on 3 hits, so we're headed to the bottom of the 6th. We're now tied at 1. Coors Light Freeze Cam is brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. It's the world's most refreshing beer. Beautiful day at the ballpark and a good game. 1-1, bottom of the 6th inning as the Mariners tied it in the top of the 6th.
For the Oaks. Left fielder.
So Gomes is going to lead it off. It'll be his first at bat. He came in for Cespedes in the 3rd inning. So Gomes, Smith, and Moss against Felix Hernandez. Hernandez has allowed the 1 run on 6 hits. A's have stranded 5 through the first 5 innings. Pitch number 69 from Hernandez, and it's pulled foul.
There's no doubt if the A's could have scored last inning, it makes a whole big difference. If you add on, if King Felix gives up 1 in the 1st, and it makes it tough after that. And with both pitch counts, both pitchers, of course, Bartolo just the 2nd start from the disabled list. But King Felix can throw a lot.
Breaking ball is skied towards shallow center. Not an easy play, but it's going to be Saunders who comes in and calls off the infielders for out number 1. So Gomes, his first at bat, he pops out, and here's Smith. All right, here's the play of the ball down the 3rd base line. That was called fair. We did our best to blow it up. See what we can come with.
Well, you can understand why Bill Welke called it fair, because that looked like at that point it hit a part of the line.
Yep, you're right. Outside part, if anything.
Right on the edge, the outside, yeah.
So an extremely close call, and the Mariners get the call, and it helps them get a run. He was there. I mean, he was looking right down at it.
I can't remember if he was running or just stopped, but ideally, guys, and saw the similar down the right field line. If the guy is running, his head's bouncing, and it's a little bit more difficult to see.
So 1-1 to Seth Smith, who has struck out and hit a fly ball to right field. Strike outside corner, looked like it was off the plate. 1-2. Hernandez kicks, and the pitch is another fastball. It's high. Swing and a miss. Nasty pitch there, and that's strikeout number 4.
A's have teamed up with Wells Fargo to support our local schools. Bring your new school supply donation worth $5 or more to Friday home games, and you get a 2-for-1 field level ticket voucher. Wells Fargo and Oakland A's school supply drive at every Friday home game this season, teaming up to make a difference.
Nice crowd today, 20,075. What a beautiful day. Looks like Fossey's posse took the day off today.
Oh, it's a big night for them.
It's a big night for that group. They had a lot of fun. We know that.
Those fake mustaches that they put on, try to keep them pasted to their upper lip. And
we want them to be here like every game. And that got the catcher Olivo. And he's going to need some time.
And they can do nothing about it. It just ball that came down, hit the dirt, came up underneath, and all you can do is just wait and hope you feel better. Can't do anything about it. Worst feeling in the world. And of all things, to sit an Exmo.
Yeah, that clearly makes it worse.
No, that's a horrible feeling. And you know, Eric Wedge, former catcher, he knows, trainer knows, can't do anything about it. You just eventually you feel better.
But
and that's
about 4:30.
Well, maybe next year. No, it's just horrible. put on the gear. He knows it. Bob Melvin knows. Any catcher that has ever caught knows it. It's not the tools of ignorance, the tools of smartness, because you better be intelligent to be behind the plate to handle the pitching staff, call a game.
So Levo is good enough to continue. 0-2 the count to Moss, who has popped out and hit a fly ball, and he rolls this one towards second. And Hernandez has a shutdown inning. So we're headed to the 7th at the Coliseum. 1-1 game. Years ago, Buck McGuire hits 12 home runs at Jack Murphy Stadium, and he wins the Home Run Derby. It was the 63rd All-Star game. The American League outslugged the National League 27 in the Home Run Derby 20 years ago, 1992. That Home Run Derby it was kind of big then. Now it's huge. Big deal. And that will be tomorrow, the All-Star game on Tuesday in Kansas City. And then everybody gets back to work. Second half starts on Friday for the A's. They'll be in Minnesota. Kyle Seager to lead it off, and Seager hits a big bouncer. Moss gives ground, pops off his glove. Weeks picks it up, throws to first, not in time. So it's going to be an error on Moss.
Well, a lot of good things happen after the ball off the glove of Moss. Bartolo covering. Ball over to Jemile Wakes, and ball backing up. He just closed his glove too quickly, but Jemile was there, Bartolo was there, and bang, bang play. Maybe Bartolo blocked Chris Guccione, because as he was coming over to cover the bag, I think he got him, but where Bartolo was,
he's out.
He is out. I mean, so that's 2 calls right there, and that hurts. But I think Bartolo's positioning, Guccione didn't move, and maybe got blocked by Bartolo and made the wrong call.
Wells to bunt, and he bunts it toward third. Inch picks it up, flips to first in time. So sacrifice, but I think the replay shows very close play, but he was out.
Yeah, the right foot is on the bag, ball in glove, and Seager half a step away, and Bartolo kept his foot. Now that position, it looks like that Guccione, well, maybe Bartolo did block. You see how late the call was from Guccione? It's almost like, did I see it or not? I better consider the ball deflected off the first baseman's glove all the way to second, and he was out.
So the go-ahead run is at second base. 1 out for Smoke. Smoke is 0 for 2. Ground out and a strikeout. He's 1 for 10 in this series. And that one just a bit low. Smoke in his last at bat hit a long foul ball that fairly close to being a home run. Sky towards center. Christ goes back. Now he settles underneath it. He's got it, and that'll be out number 2. Seager will tag, and he'll go to third. So Smoke, a long fly ball to center field that does advance the runner.
Now batting, number 30, Miguel Olivo.
So 2 outs now with the go-ahead run at third, and here's Miguel Olivo.
And he's going to be swinging early. We know that. Anybody who's as aggressive as Olivo is, that's always scary.
And Olivo takes a strike. Olivo see 0 for 2 today and 1 for 7 in this series. Big chopper. Pennington has it. Guns it across, and Olivo is out, and Colon works out of it. 7th inning stretch coming up. We are tied at 1. Inning, a tight one. Colon and Hernandez pitchers duel. Looking ahead, here's our Chevron pitching matchup for Friday's game. That's Friday in Minnesota. A.J. Griffin will pitch for the Athletics, and the Twins have just named Francisco Liriano, who, Ray, his numbers are not good, but he's been pitching well as of late.
Is that ever since he started against the A's?
Well, that was really where it started. That's right.
He was horrible until that day, and the A's made him look like Cy Young. But he's too good of a pitcher to have those numbers, and not surprised that Ron Gardenhire has him in rotation, pitching well.
So again, that'll be Friday at 5 o'clock from Target Field. We like going to Target Field. Beautiful new ballpark. A 1-0 to Derek Norris. Norris takes side 2-0. A walk and a ground out for Norris. 80 pitches for Hernandez, so still he's had a pretty good grip on the pitch count today. The first inning was the inning he really had to work hard. 2-0, and he missed outside. 3-0. After the break, 9 of next 15 games on the road. Well, that's interesting. And the 2 series at home, the 6 games that are the home games, are Texas and New York. So, as you always seem to do, you're going to get challenged. The A's are playing better baseball.
Well, you know, the Yankees are always going to be where they are right now. They're going to be at the top. And rightfully so. They're that good.
Yankees with the best record in baseball. Seems like across the board, American and National League, Yankees and Texas seem to be the the 2 clearly the best teams, and there's really not a standout team in the National League at all. It's pretty wide open there. The AL Central's starting to shake out as a 3-team race between Chicago, Cleveland, and Detroit. Angels leading that wild card race where 2 teams will go this year.
Well, that's what everybody seems to want to talk about. 2 wild cards in each league.
3-2 pitch, and it's a foul tip. Strike 3 swing. So we talk a lot about our good friend David Renetti, who's vice president of the A's. We have a lot of fun with David. He's a good man, works very hard. He's been with the A's for a long, long time. So long that we just decided that he needed a bobblehead. You know how many bobbleheads they made, Ray?
Probably 1.
Just 1.
Yeah.
That's the only one.
You know, as good looking as that one is, and as important as David Renetti is, vice president of stadium operations, they should have a giveaway. They should make thousands of those. But I've never seen a bobblehead carried around so carefully. When there's only 1.
Oh.
And
yeah,
the thought of dropping it and breaking it.
They brought it up here and handed it to me. And, but it's a good one, David, with the walkie-talkie and the cell phone, which are constantly going off.
I want to see the picture that's in his office where several years ago with Rangers in town, down in the corner, down in right field.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
He
chair throw incident.
Yeah, he's got a guy wrapped around and neck hold.
Probably not his favorite night.
No. Nor yesterday. Saturday.
So we thought it was fun. We wanted to show you the David Renetti bobblehead. One-two pitch is in the dirt. 2-2.
Felix Hernandez 3-0 to Derek Norris. Of course, Derek, rookie, facing Felix Hernandez, and of course a very good pitcher that he is. And I think one of the things that he got 5 fastballs, and then all of a sudden here comes a turbo sinker, and then fouls that one off, and then blows a fastball at 92, 93 past him. But he can make the ball move so much. It's unbelievable.
Well, when he first came up, Ray, he was throwing 96, 97 miles an hour. Now he's 92, 93. Once in a while, he'll reach back for a little extra. Two pitch, and a fastball stays high. So Inges worked the count full 3-2.
And one guy you cannot figure that you're going to get a fastball 3-2.
There's the career record of 91 and 72. And that's a pretty good record because, quite frankly, he has not played on very good teams in Seattle. They had the one good year in 2009 when they won 85 games, but
well, that's why he won the Cy Young Award a couple of years ago with the best ERA, least run support, but not a lot of wins.
And Inge went around as they check with Chris Guccione. So that is strikeout number 6.
Well, the ball kind of runs away from Brandon Angie started, tried to hold up. Once he realized the pitch might have been out of the strike zone, which it was, and carried his bad head a little bit too far, and that was a swing. Fielded as he was.
First pitch to Pennington is low. And you saw a note, Ray, that C.J. Wilson is not going to the All-Star game. Jake Peavy is taking his place. So Wilson replaced by Peavy.
So Wilson replaced somebody.
No, he was named. Yeah,
he was
C.J. Wilson. Well, foul territory. Seager is fighting the sun, and he's got enough room. He makes the catch. So that is 8 in a row retired by Felix Hernandez, and we're headed to the 8th, tied at 1. Sunday. It's brought to you by your Bay Area Hyundai dealers. 1-1 game, and it is the top of the 8th inning. Colon back to work. He's thrown only 72 pitches. So the bullpens are both quiet at the moment. Ryan, Ackley, and Ichiro. 4 hits allowed by Colon, 3 of them coming in the 6th inning, and that is when the Mariners got their run. Swing and a miss. 0-2 is the count.
Kev, I've got him for 27 batters, 24 first pitch strikes.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, he's just the machine, and especially a strike throwing machine, whether it's throwing 38 consecutive strikes or 100 pitches and 93 fastballs. He knows how to pitch. And he's done it primarily again today with just the fastball.
This one looped foul. We saw Dave Henderson in the hallway, and he said, if I was hitting off Colon, I'd probably see about 7 or 8 pitches and 4 at bats, because you might as well take a rip at the first one.
That's exactly right.
Another 0-2 to Brendan Ryan. Hits it toward the right side, and that's out number 1. So the Oaks, but let's not forget about the Seattle Rainiers. They lasted till 1968. And then, of course, the Seattle Pilots came in 69. Charter member of the PCL. The Rainier Brewing Company.
Yep. And the Pilots there for one season, and then became the Milwaukee Brewers. Not the Breweries, the Brewers.
But as it should be, the Mariners AAA team plays in Tacoma, and they're the Rainiers.
Yeah.
Nice touch.
When you fly into Seattle, you see Mount Rainier. It's usually covered with snow. One of Brad Fisher's favorite sights every time as a coach for the A's, you fly in and say, "There it is, Fish, just for you." Catch a lot of flack. It was a beautiful sight.
1-1 to Ackley, who is 2 for 3. A couple of singles and a strikeout. This one's popped up. Inge
back
near the tarp, and he's got it. 2 outs. So the Coliseum gets Ackley.
Yep, sure does. And anytime a ball is slicing from a left-hander's bat, it's going to come back, stay in play, and Brandon Inge well aware of that as he hustled over to make the play, especially with Ackley, who has 2 of the hits, 2 of the 4 by the Rainiers today.
Ichiro 1 for 3. He had that bloop hit that landed, according to Bill Welke anyways, on the line, and that was a big hit in the 6th inning. The Angels are shutting out the Orioles again. It's 6-0 in the 9th inning. Angels last night won 3-0. A foul ball by Ichiro. So Colon ahead in the count, as he usually is, 0-2. That one's hit up the middle and into center field.
I think Ichiro is looking for it. The fastball inside, coming back towards the middle of the plate. Ichiro hits in last 2 at bats. He's not seen a ball out of the strike zone, and this one starts in. Watch out, comes back, and Ichiro pulls the hands in and takes it right back up the middle. Even in Exmo, it looks like it's a good swing. He definitely put a good swing. Now you have to be concerned about a attempt to steal, especially with 2 outs.
Ichiro does have a stolen base in this series. It was yesterday. Saunders had the RBI hit in the 6th inning. Ichiro, as always, he gets a pretty big lead. And that one trickles past Moss, and Ichiro thought about getting up and trying for second, but decides to stay at first. A's have already made a couple of errors in this game.
Kurt Young going to visit with Bartolo now, as Brandon Moss just missed it. The ball didn't hit the ground. Fortunately, got a glove on it. As if it goes through his legs, he throws it third. And we talked about the signage last night. Well, today's a perfect example. That ball might have gotten into one of the light shirts over the third base dugout.
Doolittle starts to throw for the Athletics.
Let's say Joe Pepitone, many years ago, playing for the Yankees, lost a ball on an attempted pickoff throw. Lost it in the white shirts over the dugout, Yankee Stadium, and got by him. But it does happen. Everybody on a sunny day, they want to come out in light shirts to stay cool.
Gomes on the move toward the line. He's going to get there. He's got it. Side retired. So Saunders is retired. Colon gets out of it. Bottom of the 8th coming up. It's a 1-1 game. A's and Mariners. Here's our game summary brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. This is the A's only run in the game, and it happened in the very first inning. For the Mariners, this is their only run. It was an RBI single by Saunders in the 6th inning. Bartolo Colon and Felix Hernandez have both been terrific today. For Colon, just his 2nd start back from the disabled list. Felix Hernandez, as he usually is, he was good. And he's back out there for the bottom of the 8th inning. 1-5-0 for Seattle, 1-6-2 for the Athletics. That's your game summary brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. So Hernandez, 95 pitches. And he faces Crisp, Weeks, and Reddick. First pitch is outside. He's retired 8 in a row. 4 of those 8 on strikeouts. Coco takes a strike on the outside corner. 2 hits today for Crisp. He's 2 for 3. 5 for 11 in the series. Smoke gets a good hop, steps on the bag, and that's out number 1. So it's a final down in Anaheim. The Angels, for the 2nd game in a row, shut out the Orioles 6-0.
Baltimore's going to jump on their flight and head back across the country so they get in about midnight, 1 o'clock. Not bad. It's better than playing a night game and having trouble.
Brad Mills went the first 5 innings for the Angels. Frieri finished it off. So the Angels finished the first half with a 48-38 record. Not too bad after
6-14.
Yeah, they really struggled early on. They were 8-15 in the month of April. So they are playing now like most people felt they would. Angels will start the 2nd half of the season with 3 games at New York, 4 games at Detroit. So that's a tough road trip when they get back to work. Cook starts to throw. Weak swings at a pitch in the dirt.
The thing about the All-Star, they call it the pre-All-Star, post-All-Star. But a lot of times when you have the 4 days off, it can really change a club going in to the post-All-Star break. Get a team that's on a roll, hitter is hitting well, they don't want the time off.
1-2 pitch, a fastball inside. Yeah, it probably really just depends on how you're playing. Some teams give me the break.
Exactly.
We need the break.
Yeah.
Other teams probably don't want it. White Sox lost today 11-9. That stops their 5-game losing streak. You know who's making a little move, Ray, is the Tigers.
Yeah.
They won again today, and they have won 5 in a row. So they're only 3.5 back in the AL Central.
Well, the National League, the Diamondbacks making a run too after what the A's saw them in Phoenix and trying to sweep the Dodgers this weekend.
3-2 pitch is high, and Weeks has a 1-out walk. Well, we got in-depth sports news, and it's for the Bay Area fan. Go deep with Sportsnet Central. It's brought to you by AT&T Uverse. It's this evening at 6 o'clock, and it's on Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area. Baseball highlights, Wimbledon history, and quest for the gold. Henry Wolford, John Henry Smith will host Sportsnet Central at 6 o'clock.
Well, just a base runner. You get excited against Felix Hernandez after doing what he's done. A little upset with himself when he walked Jamal Weeks with a fastball, just overthrew it a bit. He's given up very little since the first inning.
Pitch number 105 from Hernandez. Reddick takes outside. Johnny Gomes in the on-deck circle. It's Lucas Luetke, one of the 3 left-handers the Mariners have. Weeks with a good lead, not going, and Reddick hits one toward right center. It's hit pretty well, but kind of hangs up for Saunders, and now he makes the catch. Thought it was hit a little better than it was. So Reddick is 1 for 4, and that'll bring up Gomes.
A big swing, but not in one. Maybe got in on the hands a little bit, or towards the end of the bat. And, yeah, a bit of a trademark.
So see if Johnny Gomes can come up with something big. Hernandez with a better move there. Gomes came into the game for Yoenis Cespedes. The official call on Cespedes was a sprained left thumb. Looks like he hurt that sliding into second base head first. So Gomes, his first at bat, he hit a fly ball to center field in the 6th inning. Gomes bounces one foul.
Now, Saunders didn't give Etro a chance to steal the top half of the inning with a couple of outs, swinging at the first pitch, and I think with Jamal Wakes, assuming he is okay, might as well try. Leo throws well. Felix Hernandez has a very good move, but as always, much easier to score a runner from second to the base hit than hit one out or drive one to the gap with the runner at first. But it's a tough combination, and probably going by the times by Felix Hernandez as well as a leader. His throw to second.
So 1-1 now to Johnny Gomes. So this is that slide. Now watch the left hand, and that's where he may have jammed that thumb a little bit.
The guys with a feet first slide never had to worry about that.
Nope.
And you also didn't have a lot of guys putting their knees down to block guys off sliding feet first. Unless you're Brandon Inge, former catcher, doing it at third base, but sliding head first and just the hands going in, you can do some serious damage. The guys diving back in the first or the second, and put your knee down, keep him from getting back in. But you're always concerned about the slide head first and the hand, the fingers jam in the bag.
1-1. Weeks inches off, and the pitch is inside. 2-1 to Gomes. 109 pitches now for Hernandez.
A two-seamer breaking down and in, according to Jeff Nelson, off the plate. You get the feeling that with Johnny Gomes dressed in the throwback uniforms, that he's going to do something special.
Missed again. So 3-1 now. Gomes is in a good hitter's count. You're just never quite sure what Hernandez is going to throw. Pretty consistent, the pitches by inning. The most pitches he has thrown in a game this year, 128, and that was a complete game win 2 starts ago. 3-1 to Gomes. He swings and misses, and now it's a full count. So that will get Weeks on the move with 2 outs.
Well, it's a 92-mile-an-hour fastball. Johnny was just too quick. Got the foot down, and the fastball was there. Well, that's, see the bad head get through the zone too quickly. Maybe anticipating a couple miles an hour faster. Didn't get it.
So long look by Hernandez. Now he's ready. Weeks runs, and the pitch is rolled foul past Mike Gallego.
It's an 89-mile-an-hour, probably changeup. I mean, that's how hard he throws it. And it's almost as if, and it's not like you can look for his hard changeup thrown that hard. Looks like a sinker. And if you get a 4-seam fastball, you're shocked.
He'll do it again. Weeks to take off. He does. And the pitch is fouled right over the Mariners dugout.
See the spin in Exmo, and Johnny Gomes stayed inside. Cued it off the end over the dugout.
Johnny's thinking about giving the A's a 2-run lead.
If he can find a gap as hard as he swings and as hard as he makes contact, if he finds a gap, it would score Jamal Weeks. He'll be off on the move.
And now Jeff Nelson, the home plate umpire, is heading over toward the A's dugout.
Just what is that? Something white in center field. I don't know if that's distracting somebody. Is that a piece of paper?
At the base of the center field
white
fence.
Cup, yeah.
Michael Saunders could probably help out the situation a little bit, although I'm not sure he knows what's going on. That's the only white object that's out there.
Yeah, and here comes the ball boy from right field. It's going to run all the way out there. Come on, Mr. Saunders. Just won't tire you that much if you just go out and get it. Yeah, that's what they were looking at, Michael. Meanwhile, your pitcher's got to wait for that cup to be retrieved.
So Gomes will step back in.
He's upset because he made it out top of the inning.
Maybe. ...113 pitches now for Hernandez. And that misses badly, and Gomes works the walk.
It's all because of Saunders. Good at bat by Johnny, and now Eric Wedd's going to make the move, go to his lefty with Seth Smith coming up, and that's going to be a tough move if he does. He hasn't made the move yet, but I would think Felix Hernandez will find if he's going to make the move. He just did. He's not going to wait to get a conversation with Felix.
So Lutke coming in, and Hernandez is out. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and tune up your oil change, tune up and smog experts.
California is brought to you by Chevrolet and their award-winning cars, trucks, and crossovers. And by Jack in the Box. Get the all-American Jack Combo at Jack in the Box. It's a no-nonsense burger with fries and a drink for only $4.99 plus tax at participating stores.
Well, Felix Hernandez pitched extremely well today, but he will not get a win. The 2 runners are his in a 1-1 game. 114 pitches. So, Lucas Lidke takes over. 1.66 ERA.
Pitch well, will not see the left-hander Seth Smith. Instead, it's Chris Carter. Big Chris. Home run would be great, but a single would be just as great. So it's lefty on righty.
So Litke's first pitch to Carter is in for a strike. Took a little off.
They really expect Chris Carter to pull the ball. Unbelievable. Right side empty.
That one off his foot, rolled toward third.
Delabar gave him a fastball, and he knew it was gone. So did everybody else. The question is, how many more fastballs will Chris Carter get after that rope of a home run? 3 home runs, all on fastballs for Big Chris. And that was a serious walk-off. So he's got 2 breaking pitches from this lefty.
That one not close.
And it's Olivo behind the plate Friday night with Kevin Millwood starting, who was behind the plate when Chris Carter hit the fastball.
And that was a pinch hit.
Yeah.
Appearance, as this is. It's the bullpen numbers. 28 home runs allowed. 1-2 pitch. Strike 3 call at the knees. So Lidke comes in. He gets the big strikeout. A strand a pair. And we're headed to the 9th, and we're still tied at 1. Chris Carter stays in the game. He'll play first base, and sliding out to right field is Brandon Moss. So Seth Smith is out of the game. Cologne is not. Just 83 pitches through 8 innings. He'll face Jaso, Seager, and Wells. First pitch is looped down the left field line, and that is going to be foul. So another tight ball game here at the Coliseum.
Looks like it's really affecting Bartolo.
Yeah, he's a little tight.
Flipping the ball up, smile on his face, and happy day for Bartolo. Amazingly, he just keeps rolling along, and just the 85th pitch coming up in the 9th inning.
Jaso is 0 for 3. 2 groundouts and a strikeout. Again to left field, and Gold has it, and that's out number 1. So Jaso 0 for 4, and that'll bring up Seager.
Now batting, number 15.
No doubt a few people in the A's dugout a little bit upset with this call, the changeup to Chris Carter, and questionable whether it was a strike or not. And Olivo didn't help by catching the way he did, but still it seemed like it was low for the strike.
So a questionable strike 3 call at a very important point in the game. Seager lays off the high pitch. 1-1 the count. Seager fouls it straight back. Pretty good swing. Wells will be next.
Amazing how Bartolo Colon is able to vary the velocity of his fastball. That one at 93. So he'll add, subtract, throw the 2-seamer, 4-seamer. Just when you think you've got him timed with maybe an 88, 89, you drop a 93 on you and you get jammed.
Another foul ball by Seager. Well, Colon been in these spots before, just not getting a lot of run support.
Lowers today because he only has 1.
It's the average amount of runs scored per start. 1-2 pitches hit right back up the middle by Seager. Looks like a few of the pitches to Seager were up a little bit. That one was up.
Now batting, number 33.
Tried to go inside, did not come back as a kind of a 4-seamer right down the middle, belt high. Seager right on it. Very similar to the hanging curveball he hit last night with 2 strikes.
So that's the go-ahead run at first with 1 out, and here's Casper Wells. Seager has 7 steals, 7 for 9. Wells is 3 for 11 in this series. Outfield playing very deep. Not to cut anything off in the gap. That is some serious no doubles. Cook has been throwing for a while, so he's ready if called upon. Smoke is the on-deck hitter. To right field. Moss is there. He's got it, and that's out number 2.
That's Brandon Moss, an outfielder, and asked to play more first base because he felt the outfield situation for the A's a little bit overloaded. So he started playing first, gets a call to the big league, 10 home runs, and so it's not unusual for him to stay in the ball game and move to right field, allowing Chris Carter to play first. So that's the versatility that he brings. Probably feeling a lot more comfortable right now in right field than he has at first base any time he's been here. First time into the outfield.
So here's Smoke. And he lines one. Left center field. Coco's got to get over to cut it off. He does. Seager's going to third, and they're going to hold him up. Smoke to second. And the ball goes past the catcher, Norris, but luckily Colon is there to back it up.
Ball hit the mound and went straight up over the head of Norris, but a pitcher is supposed to back up. In this case, back up home plate. The Smoke smoked it straight away center field and slightly towards left. And Coco, Chris, you're right, cutting the ball off and getting it back in quickly. Pennington was not going to take any chances. And watch it hit the mound right there, pop straight up, and there's Bartolo backing up.
So Colon is coming out. Cook is coming in.
Cheering for himself, isn't he? Rightfully so. Reverse replay, and for Bartolo Colon, spectacular again. Under 100 pitches as he gets 2 outs in the 8th inning, but Bartolo just unbelievable. 34 batters faced 31 first pitch strikes. To me, I always like this, the standing crowd, and he tips his cap, claps for himself, and hopes that Ryan Cook can get the 3rd out of this inning. Well deserved, no decision. Should have a win.
First pitch to Miguel Olivo, and a weak swing and a slider. He hit it right off the end of the bat.
93 pitches, no walks, 5 strikeouts, 31 first pitch strikes. He went a stretch of 22 consecutive batters.
So when it's time for change, think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up, your oil change tune-up and smog experts. So Cook trying to get the A's back in the dugout, tied at 1. This one's popped up right over our head. So now Cook ahead of Olivo 0-2. Seager at 3rd, Smoke at 2nd, 2 outs. Top of the 9th. 0-2 pitch, a slider that's down and away.
Good biting slider, but Olivo aggressive, but not that aggressive.
One-two pitch, slider, swing and a miss. No chance for Olivo. So Cook gets the big strikeout, and the Mariners strand a pair. Bottom of the 9th coming up. It's a 1-1 game.
by authority of the Oakland Athletics and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Athletics Investment Group, LLC.
Chevrolet is driving more value this season with Chevy Free Parking Tuesdays. Every Tuesday home game, with the exception of premium games and dual events at the arena, you'll pay nothing to park, courtesy of Chevy. See you at Northern California Chevy dealer for their award-winning lineup of Chevy cars, trucks, and crossovers. For more information, visit oaklandathletics.com/Tuesday. Get the rally caps out. Free Parking Tuesday. The next Tuesday will be a week from Tuesday when the Rangers are in town.
So Brandon Moss to lead it off in the bottom of the 9th inning. Lucas Lidke got the big out to end the 8th, and he's back out there for the 9th. After Moss, it'll be Norris and then Inge. 0 for 3 in this ball game for Moss. He's 0 for 7 in the series. Slider first strike, and it's quickly 0-2. Lidke's done a very nice job out of the bullpen. Slider, swing and a miss. So 3 pitches. Moss is gone. Bartolo Colon liked the way that inning ended. He's not going to get a win, no decision, but good teammate. You gotta love Bartolo.
Just another happy day.
So we got a pitching change. The right-hander is coming in, and we'll be back. Brandon League to face Norris and then Inge.
Good fastball, mid-90s, split finger fastball, and there's a splitter first pitch.
And when it's time for change, think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up, your oil change, tune-up, and smog experts. 39th appearance for League. League is a serious workhorse. In fact, no reliever in the American League has made more appearances since 2010 than Brandon League. He's ahead in the count here of Derek Norris, 0-2. Norris is 0 for 2 with a walk. He also stole the base. That was back in the 2nd inning. That one's hit toward left center field. Saunders is over, and he's got it, 2 outs. Looked like Norris got that one off the end of the bat a little bit.
Well, that was another splitter, and it stayed up, though, and did not have the sharp bite that the first 2 did, and it was, like you said, off the end of the bat. Good extension, but wrong part of the bat. Down towards the end, you're not going to get a lot of drive from him.
Here's Inge. Inside to Inge. League has given up just 1 home run in 37 innings. Grounded toward the shortstop, Ryan. And we're headed to extra innings, folks. Lots of pitching this afternoon. Still an undecided game. 1-1 after 9.
Dog Day at the Park, presented by Eviderm. Adams and Nalabone fans are invited to bring their dogs to the park as the A's host the Yankees at 7:05. This year's event will feature a pregame pup rally and a parade around the field. The rally begins at 5:20, where each dog will receive a goodie bag. For more information and to register for the event, go to oaklandathletics.com/dogday. They have big rallies, and never heard of a pup rally.
No, not until now. 1-7-0 for Seattle, 1-6-2 for the Athletics. And into extra innings. Ryan Cook will face Brendan Ryan, Dustin Ackley, and then Ichiro Suzuki. Extra inning records. The Mariners are 5-4. The A's are 5-2. First pitch to Ryan is a fastball swing and a miss.
Ryan Cook has continued what Bartolo Colon did. 34 hitters, 31 first pitch strikes, 2 hitters for Cook, 2 first pitch strikes. Get ahead, got a chance to do anything you want to do. He did it with Oliva last inning and threw him a couple of sliders back to back, got the big out with runners at second and third.
1-1 to Ryan. Pop up shallow center field where Coco Crisp is under it. He's got it for out number 1. Top of the order, and Dustin Ackley.
That's been an exciting time for Ryan Cook. And again, to think last year, he said, I'm in Mobile, Alabama, closing for Mobile. And here he is a year later, closing for the Athletics and getting on a plane heading to Kansas City for his first All-Star appearance.
Special, a lot of fun 3 days for Ryan Cook. Meet the team in Minnesota. Ackley, foul tip. And the count is quickly 0-2. Ackley 2 for 4 today.
Carter guarding the line at first. Inge way off the line at third. They're trying to prevent an extra base hit to right field down the line.
Ackley 0 for 9 in the first 2 games of this series. And that one's bounced toward Weeks, who charges to first, and that's out number 2. So Ichiro will hit with 2 outs and nobody on base.
Now batting, number 51, Ichiro.
In the bottom of the 10th inning, it'll be Pennington, Crisp, and Weeks for the Athletics. Ichiro also with 2 hits. A couple of singles, one in the 6th and one in the 8th. And he slices one toward left field. Gomes is there. He's got it. And Cook has a nice 3-up, 3-down inning. Bottom of the 10th coming up. Tied at 1. The A's will try to win it in the bottom of the 10th. Pennington to lead it off. Facing Brandon League. League got the final 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th inning.
Cap, I figured out. I think it's time that Dick Callahan start calling the A's instead of Oaks.
Yeah.
You know, Oaks for 9 innings. The A's are tied. Let's go to extra innings as the A's and see if they can win.
Pennington 1 for 3. He had a line single to center field in the 5th inning. And that one's into right field for a base hit. So the winning run is aboard. And here comes Eric Wedge.
Nice way, another splitter. Looked like down and in. Pennington waited nicely and gets the go-ahead run at first.
So when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up, your oil change, tune-up, and smog experts. from Minneapolis. Game 1 of the series between the A's and the Twins. A.J. Griffin against Francisco Liriano. Again, that starts at 5 o'clock. And remember, complete A's coverage every night on Sportsnet Central and CSNCalifornia.com. The home of A's baseball is Comcast Sportsnet. So 4 days off for the Athletics for the All-Star break. So bottom of the 10th, the A's have the winning run at first after the leadoff single by Pennington.
Now they want to turn Coco around. You see the numbers for Charlie Furbush. He has become a very good pitcher late for Eric Wedge and Carl Willis. You can see why, the good numbers, and the tall, lanky one with a hard slider down into the righties. As he has a tendency sometimes to leave the slider outside the right-handed hitters. They're discussing with Ryan what they might be doing as far as a possible sacrifice. I'd say it's a pretty good chance Coco will try to lay the ball down. Give the A's a couple of chances to bring home the go-ahead run. Or the way he's been swinging the first pitches, he may jump on the first one and try to get a base hit.
Seager in at third. Coco bunts it, and it's going to trickle foul.
That time Coco waited a long time before he squared around, and at times like this, when you're going to sacrifice, tell the world, let everybody know. Put it down and jabbed at it a little bit, tried to push it towards first base, figured the first baseman leaving later than the third baseman.
Furbush, long look, now he's ready. Pennington with the lead at first. Coco again bunts, and this is right back to Furbush. He's going to throw it to second, and they get the out there. It's never an easy play for the pitcher, but he threw a strike to second base.
Well, he got off the mound very quickly. The bunt a little bit too hard and went back to Furbush very quickly, so he probably did this on his own. Not even really listening to his catcher telling him to throw to second, just playing. Ball's hit hard. Pennington probably got a good jump, good speed, but this is the extra innings. You have to take the chance. He made a perfect throw, perfect play, getting the lead runner.
So here's Weeks. Weeks is 1 for 3 with a single and a walk. So now the possibility of Coco Crisp trying to steal comes into play for the Mariners. Reddick, left-handed hitter, is in the on-deck circle. Coco with a lean towards second base, which is the way he always does it.
Been a long time ago, but this is what Jamal Weeks did in Seattle against Furbush. He hit one from the left, one from the right. This one, the right-handed hitting home run. But his only two came in the early part of the season. And that has been it for Jamal Weeks.
Not bad. And Coco's going to be picked off, and Smoke tags him, and that's out number 2. So it'll go as a caught stealing.
Well, what looked like a very good inning starting anyway with the base hit. Now nobody on base, and Furbush looked to the plate, and that's what you said, and we've seen lefties do that. And Coco was going on first move, decided to stop, try to get back, and was tagged out. But he looked home through to first.
So the count 1-1 to Weeks. Outfield is shallow and shifted a little bit toward right. Well, these two teams played 11 innings on Friday night. So they're at it in extra innings again. 3-1 to Weeks.
Well, according to Ernie Broglio, this should be a good day for the hitters. It's not been a very good day for the hitters. Both clubs with 7 hits, but Felix Hernandez is very good, typically for the Mariners, and Bartolo Colon outstanding. 8 2/3 innings, did not reach 100 pitches, just 93.
Jamal Weeks takes a pitch low, and he's aboard.
Bases loaded.
Yeah. So Reddick will get a chance to hit.
Designated hitter, number 16, Josh Reddick.
Reddick is 1 for 4. Double. And a ground out, a line out, and a fly out. Bush with the runner going, and Weeks is going to make it without a throw. No chance for Olivo. So now the winning run is in scoring position.
And that's really surprised that you have a speedster, you have 2 outs, and Bush didn't even look at him, hardly even thought about it. And Jamal Weeks could have walked to second base. Goes into a needless slide, but he picked off Coco, figured he's going to run, and you'd really think with 2 outs, Jamal's going to be running, and he did on first move. And boy, this is some respect right here. A lefty intentionally walking a lefty. So, Johnny Gomes, it's your day.
And the ball almost went to the backstop. Olivo made a terrific play. Oh, man.
Seeing it often. Now, I said lefty on lefty. I mean, this is an intentional walk, but there is a righty. Is that Wilhelmsen throwing? Yeah. They may make the move to go to the righty to face.
Oh, to the backstop, and Weeks will go to third. And there are 2 outs, but still an extra 90 feet at this point in the game. Hey. It can only help. By far the 2 worst pitches I've ever seen thrown.
One of the hardest things that people don't realize, the intentional walk. You figure out there's the arm, but just no chance. The sad part is that's the 4th ball to Reddick. If he had another chance to intentionally walk, the game might be over.
So Kelly's coming in.
Kelly.
First and third, 2 outs. Inning. This is him trying to intentionally walk Josh Reddick.
Well, again, you watch what a pitcher's throwing to. He's accustomed to throwing to the catcher behind. He's throwing to this. And that's not that easy if you think about it. And you're accustomed to throwing the ball 93, 94 miles per hour, and you got to lob the ball into that location. And he's not the first.
No.
Seeing it happen and seeing games end with an intentional walk and a guy throws a wild pitch. So Cynthia's going to take advantage.
So it is the right-hander Sean Kelly to face Johnny Gomes. So Kelly.
But you're right, Kate. There are 2 outs, but an extra 90 feet. So A little bit extra pressure on the infielders. They're playing deep, so a slowly hit ball. And also, from the standpoint of the pitcher, making sure he doesn't bounce one. Oliva's got to make sure he blocks anything in the dirt.
First pitch is a strike. A 1 pitch, and that one's popped up, and that'll be out of play as Reddick was on the move. So to win it here in the bottom of the 10th inning for the Athletics. With all the excitement that we've had at the Coliseum the last 2-3 weeks, shouldn't be surprised that this game has come down to this. 0-2 pitch is a fastball high. Wrapping up the first half of the season.
Bob Melvin would love to have a happy flight to Kansas City. As he will be a coach for Ron Washington's 2012 American League All-Star team.
1-2 pitch, just a bit inside.
Another target outside, it's inside, and Olivo trying to keep it in the strike zone. Definitely a little bit low.
Good swing there. Gomes fouls it straight back.
You have to figure a ground ball as Johnny Gomes 2-2 really made a great pass at this Exmo fastball down the middle. Fouled it back. You have to figure any ground ball is going to have to be played to first base. Infield back very deep all the way around. Tough to force out Reddick at first. He's another hanger.
So Gomes with a couple of pitches to hit. He's fouled them back.
Now Josh Reddick ran on the second strike. He might be staying at first base, although he could walk to second, but he might be staying there so he's not distracting Johnny Gomes. Gomes, a right-handed hitter, can see him take off, but you don't want any distractions. Total concentration. Hitter on the pitcher.
That one down the right field line, but it'll reach the seats. So great battle with the game.
Stayed with the fastballs after the first pitch. Frisbee, a little slider that stayed right in the middle of the plate. Didn't break that much. Slowly thrown. So it's nothing but fastball since that from Kelly.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. He went off speed and made a good pitch. And the A's strand a pair, and we're moving to the 11th. Still tied at 1.
The Oakland Zoo gives deserving children the chance to come out to select A's games and receive a free A's souvenir with the Little A's program. For more information, call 510-563-2329 or visit the community page at oaklandathletics.com.
So 11th inning at the Coliseum.
Nice that Elvis has made an appearance today.
He's made a few. Yes, he has.
Well, the Seagulls are getting very, very upset because they know it's the All-Star break. They know that this is a day game, but they are just on Mount Davis. Huge, and they're up on there. I mean, they're all just waiting. It's amazing.
Yeah, you know, when you're in a restaurant, you want that special table, and the people are there, so you just sit there and stare at them and hope they feel uncomfortable. That's what they're doing to us.
They're doing it. I mean, look at Mount Davis up there right to the left. They're not on the retired numbers or the Athletics. They're just right to the left.
It's like their launching pad. Doolittle takes over here. And his first pitch to Saunders is a strike. Saunders, Jaso, Seager. So 3 left-handed hitters. And the only right-handed hitter on the bench for the Mariners is Jesus Montero, who you have not seen at all in this series. He's suffering from a mild concussion. And did that hit Saunders? It did not. Wow. Hit the bat. So A's catch a break all around, 1-2.
Just as long as Jeff Nelson knows about it. Saunders trying to get out of the way, pulls it back, and did it hit anything? Or did it just? I think he just missed it. I think it was a ball. It's got 2 balls and a strike on the board. Yeah. I think it missed, and
I think it did too.
Derek Norris missed it as well.
And now 3-1. Well, when the catcher misses it, you immediately think that it must have hit something for him to miss it, but it just went right past him. So the count is 3-1 to Saunders. Swing and a miss came right at him with a fastball.
Well, the 2 pitches off the plate inside, he wasn't following through. That time he did, and sometimes lefty on lefty. Sean Doolittle has had success against righties throwing the fastballs by them, but it's got to do the same with a lefty. Follow through with the good 95 fastball.
That one was down a little bit. Mariners have stranded 7 runners through the first 10 innings. The A's have stranded 9. Another 3-2 pitch, and Saunders helps Doolittle out. That pitch was high, and it would have been ball 4.
Doolittle is helping Saunders in a sense, because Saunders says to know he's going to throw nothing but fastballs, and he's expanding his zone just a little bit, going up to try to catch up to a mid-90s fastball. Expects to get another one here.
And he did, and again it was high, and he fouled it back. One for 4 for Michael Saunders. And a good battle. 9th pitch of the at-bat coming up. And here it is. And again it's high, and again Saunders swings and fouls it back.
I think the only reason Saunders is doing that is that he knows he's basically going to get a fastball, and singled off Bartolo Colon to drive in the only run so far for the Mariners. That was 2 outs in the 6th inning.
3-2. Again a high fastball, and Saunders this time swings and misses. Well, he had 4 chances to get a leadoff walk, and he swung at all 4 pitches that were up and out of the strike zone.
Ball 8.
Thank you very much.
Wow.
But again, that's an aggressive hitter, really not that great of a hitter when you think about what he could have done by walking on several pitches, and upset when he dropped the bat, threw the bat. And see if he had picked up that white cup, who knows what this day had been different for him.
That's right. His fault. Here's Jaso.
I asked Dave Henderson, who's with Dave Sams on the Mariners side. I said, Hindu, you would have picked that cup up. And he said, of course. I kept my center field area nice and neat. And he said, Saunders didn't see it. I said, he saw it. He turned around and looked right at it. He just made a guy run 300 feet from right field to ball boy to run and get it. And the Hindu was tidy. Fans, he loved the fans, they loved him. Good fastball again. Jay So with the open stance, closed up, couldn't catch up.
So the count remains 0-2.
Birds might be the smartest people out here, or the smartest animals, because smartest animals. Birdie took it personally.
Swing and a miss. So Doolittle is just overpowering right now, and when he needs to throw something off speed, well, then he does.
Now batting,
but
number 15.
Yeah,
he hasn't needed to, I guess.
Very dominating. Doolittle's spreading around the American League. His ability to come in and throw fastballs, throw strikes, and great velocity. And remember that he just started pitching last fall.
First pitch to Seager, in for a strike.
Easy 93 to 95, and it's lefty on lefty. His first 3 batters he faced with the Rangers, all fastballs, struck out the side.
Swing and a miss, 0-2. Doolittle trying to make quick work of the Mariners here in the top of the 11th inning. Fastball is high. Cook went an inning and a third. No hits, no runs, no walks with 1 strikeout. One is close, but a bit outside to even the count at 2-2.
Must have been just off the plate. It was. Umpire in training.
Yep. Swing and a miss. 3 strikeouts, all swinging, and Doolittle dominates, and I mean dominates, the Mariners in the top of the 11th inning. Pretty impressive stuff. 1-1 headed to the bottom of the 11th. Brought to you by AT&T Uverse, and it's this evening at 6 o'clock on Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area. Full baseball highlights, including our game here against the Mariners. Wimbledon and the Olympics. It's all on CSN Bay Area with Henry Wolford and John Henry Smith. So bottom of the 11th inning, the A's will send up Carter, Moss, and Norris against Sean Kelly. Kelly's first pitch, and it's a slider that's hit off the end of the bat, rolled right into the Mariners dugout. Carter pinch hit for Smith in the 8th inning and struck out looking with 2 on and 2 out.
Remember we talked about this game to be a game of adjustments for hitters and pitchers and players in general. Well, Chris Carter is in that adjustment period right now because he has shown he could crush fastballs. And now he's going to have to show he can hit the breaking pitches, the sliders, curves, changeups. 3 sliders in a row. They're going to keep throwing them until he proves he can hit those, and then it'll go back to fastballs.
Foul 4. Another slider in the dirt. Nothing against Grant Balfour, but we just soon not see him today.
Well, we like him, but
we like him a lot.
See him down in the bullpen. Hey, mate. But yeah, you're right.
Another slider. So 5 straight sliders to Chris Carter, and he strikes out. That may be the new world for Chris Carter right there.
It's going to be. Usually you come to the big leagues, you prove you can hit a fastball, then once you've done that, you have to prove you can hit the other pitches. And Chris Carter will get a steady diet. And 5 struck out. Kelly struck out Johnny Gomes with a slider on 2-2, and then stayed with the slider to big Chris Carter.
So here's Moss. See if he can get a hold of one. And he had a home run swing. Not easy. And it's going to be the right fielder who comes in, and it's caught by Ichiro. It was not his smoothest catch and not his prettiest catch, but it's an out. And we laugh about the Seagulls, but they may have been in play there.
Yeah.
Now batting the catcher.
For Ichiro to have to make that much of an adjustment to reach back, leave his feet, and reach back and tumble down. Otherwise, Brandon Moss, who was running, he might have been on third. He was running that hard, and should have been, because Sun Field, the way it's tough now with the sun, you cannot assume the outfielder or infielder is going to catch the ball.
So here's Derek Norris. He's been a hero once this year. Can he do it again?
There's the tough sun, and then you combine Seagulls when they're flying around. You might think you're going to catch a seagull instead of the baseball.
Now Norris in a hitter's count at 2-0. Norris 0 for 3. He walked back in the 2nd inning. Swing and a miss. He got a fastball. So Kelly challenged him, but he had pretty good location on the pitch.
It's pulled off, and of course again Santiago Garcia in the home run he hit stayed compact. Pitch was away, drilled it to left center.
And this one's popped up, could be playable. Olivo coming back, and it's into the first row. So 2-2 the count. So 2 good bullpens battling it out here in extra innings. Now he's ready, so is Norris. 2-2. Check swing right back to Kelly, and he'll flip to first, and we are moving on to the 12th inning. Still tied 1-1. 7-0 for Seattle, 1-7-2 for the Athletics, and the A's have gone to the bullpen. Grant Balfour comes in. So Balfour, game number 42. Yeah, a tough act to follow after what Sean Doolittle did in the 11th inning when he struck out the side. All 3 strikeouts, swinging strikeouts. So Balfour is the 4th pitcher of the afternoon. Cologne, Cook, Doolittle, and now the right-hander Balfour.
Bartolo Colon, second start since returning from the DL, and definitely a very good performance by the A's right-hander. Took it in the 9th inning. And just his normal, easy pitching with a fastball. So Derek Norris, his first time catching him, and see Bartolo. So Derek Norris, probably nice job, as he threw just what I called. All right, because a lot of times a pitcher will basically look in and get the sign. So it's something Derek Norris had to learn about Bartolo, considering Suzuki had caught him every start this year. The number is just 93 pitches in 8 2/3 innings. Probably about 85 fastballs.
Oh, at least. At least. Wells, Smoke, and Olivo for Seattle. Balfour kicks his first pitch, is outside. The Rangers and the Twins are underway in Arlington. No score in the 2nd inning.
If you say this is the last game being played, then we're probably.
Oh boy, are we ever.
Grady just shot a look at me like, what are you talking about?
With the Yankees Red Sox game scheduled to start in about a half an hour. That's not even funny to think about. 2-0 to Wells. Angels won 6-0. They got home runs from Ibar, Trout, Pujols, and Trumbo. 22nd home run for Trumbo.
Got Seagulls incoming. They are flying.
Yeah, they're getting
close.
lower now.
They're getting lower and closer. Maybe they're valued at.
As long as they don't come in the Comcast broadcast. We didn't say anything bad about them, I think.
No, it's just that they know exactly what time it is and why are these players still on the field and these people still in the stands.
That one right field, could be trouble, sinking fast, and it drops fair. And Wells makes a big turn, and now he's got to scramble back to first. Nice play by Moss. He was not going to catch it, but he was able to pick it up on one bounce. But it's a leadoff single for Casper Wells.
Well, I had hoped Wells would continue to second base because he would have been out. Just barely landing fair. Great play by Moss. The spin and a very strong throw in towards second base. Able to reach up, grab the ball, and then the quick throw. And Wells, rightfully so, was thinking two, and then realized he's got to get back. He's an outfielder himself.
So here's Smoke. First pitch to Smoke is outside. He had a double in the 9th inning. His only hit in the game. Levo will be next. Outfield playing very deep. Smoke way out in front of that one. Hits it foul down the right field line. The Rays beat the Indians today 7-6, and they did it by scoring 3 runs in the 9th inning off Chris Perez. Perez takes the loss. Fernando Rodney get his 25th save. Pitch in the dirt. Remember, Chris Perez blew a save on opening day. He had not blown one since then, but he did today.
And in the meantime, criticized the Cleveland fans for not showing up.
Yeah, a little bit.
The Mariners, their first base runner, the A's bullpen. Cook, perfect. The strikeout. Doolittle, perfect. With 3 strikeouts.
2-1 the count. And a good pitch there, 2-2. Well, sort of he's getting used to those kind of numbers with the terrific arms the A's have in that bullpen. Balfour gets the call on that pitch. Wells inches off. I don't know if he's going, but he's kind of showing happy feet over there at first base. Smoke. I think Smoke swung at that pitch because the pitch before was called a strike.
And you also got a quick pitch from Grant Balfour, who hardly came to a set, trying to change his pattern towards the plate with his pitches.
Smoke again. Just gets a piece of it. Tigers beat the Royals today 7-1. Fielder, Young, and runs. That's, again, we talked about earlier, that's the 5th straight win for Detroit. Smoke again, a foul ball. Toronto beat the White Sox 11-9 in Chicago. Slowing down the White Sox a little bit. Blue Jays hit 4 home runs. Rasmus, Encarnacion, Johnson, and Mathis. Smoke swings and misses at a pitch in the dirt, blocked by Norris, and that is the 10th strikeout for A's pitchers today.
Stay with the fastballs until they finally threw him the hard curveball. Smoke thinking he's going to get another fastball instead in the dirt.
Number 30.
Great job of blocking by Derek Norris off his chest protector, and watch how quickly he gets rid of the mask. Not want to take a chance of using the mask to stop the baseball. Did a very good job blocking the ball, and that's huge, keeping the runner out of scoring position.
Well, here's Olivo. Watch that first pitch. And he takes a strike. When we were in Seattle, he swung at every first pitch. In this series, he has not.
He was swinging at the pitcher making his warm-up tosses between innings.
In the bullpen. Olivo is 0 for 4. And he pops this one. Norris flips the mask right on the on-deck circle, and he's got it for out number 2. Olivo 0 for 5.
A good recovery for Derek Norris because he made an error earlier on a pop-up. This time, though, he gets rid of the mask, and you throw it behind you. You threw it in front of him. That's not good. You throw it in front, you might run into it. But handled that one nicely.
So after the leadoff single, Balfour bounces back to get a couple of outs, and now he faces Brendan Ryan. Ryan is 0 for 4 today. For 4 and 3 for 10 in the series. Outfield shaded toward right center. This one popped up, foul. In this series, the Mariners have struck out 35 times in 3 games.
Balfour going with the Sturf Sox.
I like that.
Everybody else seems to have the Oaks know where he found those stirrups. Different look. Trying to make it work regardless. Maybe like Joe Namath wearing white shoes and everybody else. I think that's all in one. No, they didn't have the all in ones back at 55.
I don't think they did. No. 1-2 to Ryan. Runner goes and it's looped. Carter is going to make the catch in foul territory. Side retired. Leadoff hit, but Wells is stranded and Brandon Inge is going to lead it off in the bottom of the 12th. We're tied at 1. First, Mariners scored a run in the 6th, and it's a 1-1 game, bottom of the 12th inning. Check out that gentleman's shirt right there, Bill King. I like that shirt. Bill would be impressed with the pitching today. Maybe not that impressed with some of the at-bats he's seen.
Cutting into Bill's valet time.
Well, that's true too. Yeah. Inge, Pennington, and Crisp. And that pitch is a bit high. 2-0. Bottom of the 12th inning.
So the A's need a home run to keep their consecutive home run streak alive. So walk off, home run, accomplish a lot if that happens.
Swing and a miss. The A's have just 1 hit in the last 6 innings. Was the Pennington leadoff single in the 10th inning. Strike right there in the inside corner. 2-2 to Inge. Brandon is 0 for 4. He struck out twice and grounded out twice. 1 for 11 in the series. That one up and in. Full count. Nice to get him aboard with Pennington. A good, very good bunter in the on deck circle. Swing and a miss. 92 miles an hour came right at him. So Inge strikes out for the 3rd time. The A's have now struck out 11 times in this game.
Well, they did challenge him, and that's going to be his last pitch as Eric Wedge going to the bullpen again.
25 pitches for Kelly, and he was very good. He retired all 5 of the hitters he faced. When it's time for change, think Speedy Oil Change and tune up your oil change, tune up, and smog experts. today at the Coliseum. Some have hung around.
The birds have.
I was going to say
the birds have overtaken those who have left.
12,000 birds in the building right now.
Wow. Now Oliver Perez came on in the extra innings on Friday night. And boy, you talk about some bleeders off. He had a bloop from Josh Reddick and a check swing from Seth Smith, and he left the game. Chris Carter ended it.
Here's Pennington hitting from the right side. First pitch is inside. Pennington hitting just 154 as a right-handed hitter this year, 222 as a left-handed hitter. And a couple of hits today. A single in the 5th and a single in the 10th. And that one on the inside corner with a fastball. So it's been Hernandez, Litke, League, Furbush, Kelly, and now Perez. So 5 relievers. Slider for a strike. See Perez with a little bit of an unorthodox setup right before he
very unorthodox
releases it.
He's been around as long as he has. He can create anything he wants. He sets up and turns back, rolls around, sets up, throws.
Yep. Two pitch to Pennington. Very close, but outside.
Saw Ichiro struggle to make a play last inning. I tell you, if a ball's hitting the air now, as a hitter, you run hard, because as low as these seagulls are, it could have an effect on the outfielder, infielder. I mean, these things are low. And that one was coming in the booth.
3-2 pitch, swing and a miss. He struck him out, went right with the fastball at 93 miles an hour. Well, with the birds in mind, Alfred Hitchcock is here today. Now that's Dick Callahan, our terrific public address announcer, but he dressed the part. He's got a little Alfred Hitchcock look to him today.
Could tie the tie a little bit longer. Yeah, the birds.
But folks, we're not lying. Every half inning, the birds drop down a little bit lower.
And they're circling the infield and the outfield. The stadium.
Coco takes a strike. One of them just winked at me like it's just a matter of time before he's going to. I don't know what he's going to do.
You throw some food out in the middle of this field and you'd see about 3,000 of them land in center field.
Coco pops it up. Ty Waller gets out of the way, and Smoke has it, and we're moving on, folks. 13th inning coming up from the O.co Coliseum, tied at 1. Well, on a day when we're celebrating 1955, the Oakland Oaks, the Seattle Rainiers. Boys are playing extra. It's the 13th inning of a 1-1 game. Jordan Norberto comes in. So the A's have played a 14-inning game this year. Is that correct, Ryan?
Yes, on April the 25th, that's when Cespedes tied the game. And then the A's, as the White Sox went ahead in the 14th, came back to win in the bottom half. I don't know if these birds can wait around for another inning.
Top of the order, and it's Jordan Norberto, the 4th reliever in the game for the Athletics. Ackley swings at the first pitch and pops a foul back.
Drawing some new lines for your scorebook?
Yep. That's never a good sign. Couple of hits for Ackley. And a good pitch there. Norberto throws off speed and catches the inside corner. 0-2 pitch. That one in the dirt. Another foul ball. Gentleman in a Reggie Jackson jersey, green jersey, made the play.
Probably reading his quotes in the Sports Illustrated.
Foul territory. Inge is under it. He's got it, and that's out number 1.
Well, when you say he's under it, what is he under? He's under the flying
heads
birds. Up. Wow. Uh-oh, they're landing on the field.
Yeah,
they come now.
They've reached their destination.
Yeah. And you know what they go for? The sunflower seeds. Even though if the players are eating sunflower seeds and they discard just the shell,
that's all they need.
The birds see something and they think it's edible. Just think that the seeds were left in there.
That one hit toward Carter, who scoops it up and runs to the bag to beat Ichiro. Nice play by Chris Carter for out number 2.
Oh, very good play. That's extra bases, maybe 3, considering he's down towards the bullpen. But Chris Carter's got to realize Ichiro can run, and he's out of the box quickly. And Chris Carter said, no problem. Oops, let's hurry. That would have been a collision, wouldn't it? Chris Carter thought it's nice as the players accompanied the Oakland Oaks players out to the middle of the diamond, and Chris walked out with somebody. I think he was patting him on the head as he walked out.
The smallest guy.
Yeah.
Two outs for Michael Saunders, who is 1 for 5.
Well, the All-Star game coming up Tuesday, the managers, Tony La Russa and Ron Washington, National American League, will designate a pitcher to be the end all.
Yep.
Guy who is able to pitch the longest, and we don't know who that's going to be, but this game, maybe Bob Melvin's learning. Start using 1 inning or 1 inning per pitcher. The A's were okay with Bartolo Colon going 8 2/3, and same with Felix Hernandez went deep. Both bullpens still okay.
Two and 2 to Norberto, or Norberto to Saunders. Saunders a couple of strikeouts today. And he skies this one. Shallow right center. Moss fighting the sun. Does anybody see it? No, and it falls. And standing at second base is Saunders.
Now, Dewey didn't see it then, because it was a ball that was hit, and you could just tell nobody was really going after it very aggressively. And that's the scary part, because this ball was in the air a long time. Have to find out, see the triangle. Nobody's even close to it. And Moss is looking, can't find it. Coco coming in from center. Moss was a good 10-15 feet from the ball. Never did find it.
Well, you hope it's going to come out of the sun, and for Moss, I don't think it ever did.
No, it never did.
So here's Jaso. So that go-ahead run is at second with 2 outs. Jaso is 0 for 5.
You know, you're trying to find a baseball when it's in the sun and you see birds flying around, you're going to be distracted. I mean, to be honest, when the swing occurred, I couldn't find the baseball initially because of the birds. They are low flying. Should let these birds know there's a no-fly zone until the game's over.
And angry. They're getting angry.
It's a video game like that.
0-1 pitch. Jaso fouls it back again. So Norberto ahead in the count, 0-2. Fastball way high. Two guys warming up now. One is the closer Wilhelmsen. If the Mariners were to take the lead here, Josh Kinney is number 53. If the game remains tied. Long look by Norberto. Now the 1-2 pitch. Slowly hit. Charged by Weeks. He's got it. His throw to first is in time, and Jaso is retired. So Norberto gets out of the jam, and we're headed to the bottom of the 13th. Weeks to lead it off. The Mariners tied at 1.
You know, at one time, Kite, this game with Felix on the mound for the Mariners and Bartolo for the Athletics, it was about an hour and 45 minutes in the 7th inning.
Yep. Those days are gone.
Brady was happy.
Second baseman.
So Oliver Perez will face Weeks, Reddick, and Gomes here in the bottom of the 13th. A's had to finish up the first half with a celebration.
Exactly. That's what Bob Melvin, he could care less about the Tuesday All-Star game or getting back to Kansas City. A lot riding on this game, trying to get a win and to the 500 mark. And both managers using the bullpen. 5 relievers for the Mariners. Perez being the 5th. Still have their closer ready. Ryan Cook, his All-Star, has already been used as typical in at your home park. Pitching late, trying to get a win with the closer pitching top of the inning.
There's a strike. 1-1 2 Weeks. Jamal's been on base 3 times. Single in the first and then walks in the 8th and in the 10th. He also stole the base in the 10th inning. Checks his swing. No swing, says Chris Guccione.
A hard slider down, and it's a good, strong top hand for Jamal Weeks to avoid swinging through. Check swing.
Foul territory, and nobody's going to get it. So the count even at 2-2. A's have used a couple of bench players who are now in the game, Carter and Gomes. The Mariners have not used any bench players. Oliver Perez is ready, pitching from the stretch. There's a line drive, right base hit, right field. Ichiro gets it back in, so Weeks opens up the bottom of the 13th with a line single.
Well, what a great swing by Jamal Weeks. Stayed on the curveball, stayed inside, got the backdoor slider, and you could see him with the top hand holding up on a swing on a check swing, and this time the top hand didn't roll over. Stayed inside and hit it perfectly to the right side.
So here's Reddick. Weeks, good lead. Perez is going to go that way.
Judge Reddick, who threw his bat at the ball on Friday night, curveball from Oliver Perez, and looped it to left field. Seth Smith, who had the check swing, is already out of the game, so Johnny Gomes will be hitting next.
Reddick drives one, left center field, and that is going to get down. Here comes Weeks. He hits the bag at third. He's headed home, and this baby is over. So it takes 13 innings worth the wait for the Athletics as they win it. And the Josh Reddick RBI double that scores Weeks from first base.
And Alberto picked up his first win Friday night. He gets another one this afternoon thanks to that man Josh Reddick. And Josh Reddick, you get a runner at first base. He takes the fastball low and away and shoots it out to left center. And Jamal Weeks rounded second, then stopped. And maybe thought the ball was going to curve back to Wells in left field. And then once the ball got past Wells, he was able to score easily. Ball kept slicing back. It never did get to the left fielder. And panic sets in as Josh Reddick watches the panic in the outfield. And the A's do win it. So, yes, Josh Reddick, you are an all-star. But you're going to get 4 days off. But you have proven that you are an all-star for the Athletics with his heroics once again today. And the Birds disappeared. They're all gone.
So the first half comes to an end in dramatic fashion. Boy, just more drama here, and it ends up good. So, Josh, congratulations. You're the DH today. A lot of sitting around, but it certainly ended well. Tell us about the final at-bat.
Yeah, no, I did it great. I mean, I just went on the bat I had off him the first night. Knew he was going to throw something fast, and first I just wanted to be ready and get it down. I got speed on first base and Weeksy, so. And,
here they come.
Here they come.
Here they come, and he's waiting. And you knew that.
Hey, I can dish it and I can take it.
That's right.
I love it. Where's the pie?
I know. We were just going to hold you until eventually it came out, but I guess they decided to, I have to ask you, we were talking earlier, how are you able to finish a game, go upstairs and get the whipped cream, bring it back down, and do it while this is taking place. Well, we're just going to hang around.
Oh, great.
Okay, here they come. Double barrel. You look great.
I love it.
You look great. I know you do. That's the thing about you. You do dish it out, but you can't wait. And we were waiting for you to have the walk-off so you could experience what you've given to the other guys.
Yeah, no, I love this kind of stuff. This kind of thing you live for growing up as a kid. And, nobody else wants to be the guy that walks off the game. So I'm more than happy to do it. Go in here and take a break. And, I joke with Weeksy. He's got a plane to catch, I think, in about an hour and a half. So we looked at each other while we were on deck that time and said, let's end this thing. I got a 6-hour drive ahead of me. So I'm ready to hit the road. And, it was a good way to go into the break with a win and get it to 500 again.
All right, one final question, Josh, and we will let you go. But you not making the All-Star game, we think that probably ticked you off a little bit. Tell us how you feel about not making it. And, hey, there's no question that you should have made it, but how difficult is it for you knowing that you didn't make the team?
Well, the biggest thing about me when we were in Texas for that Sunday last game of the series, it was hard for me to keep my mouth shut. But, the best thing for myself right now, I felt like it was to keep my mouth shut and make a bigger statement. Obviously going to that game in front of Wash, I'm not going to hold anything against him. He's got to do what he's got to do, and, you need a pitching. So, obviously I want to be there. Everybody wants to be there, but, I really don't know what to say. You seem to be more or less who's got the right name on the back of their jersey and who. But that's the way the fan vote goes. You can't hold it to me now, and I'm just going to get ready to help this ball club win in the second half.
Well, we'll say this. You're an all-star for the A's. You're going to be an all-star for the world before long. So maybe this time you get the 4 days off, but don't plan it in the future. And I will say in closing that you made the Oakland Oaks very proud wearing the uniform today, especially finishing the way you did today.
Thanks, guys. It was an honor wearing it today.
All right, Josh, have a good all-star break, okay?
He's an all-star. There's no doubt.
And I think the fact that he was we talked about it in the open, the MVP for the A's in the first half. So maybe the first half ended properly with a game-winning hit from Josh.
Well, it was, and didn't know he had the 6-hour drive, and guys had flights to catch, and maybe Mickey's already gone to catch his flight to go down south, but it was a long game, but there's no doubt very proud to finish it the way they did. They didn't give up, and I think this is a testament to the A's manager, the way the guys play for him. Because you could just see on his face, he was trying to figure out a way to get this win today, to try to finish at 500, forget about the All-Star game, be ready to go next Friday. But to get to this point against a very good team, very good pitcher, and they ended the way they did, a testament to this ball club, the way they played the first half.
And it wasn't that long ago that we were feeling down in Texas. The A's lost the first 3 games of that series, but they bounced back. They finished strong in the first half. So, indeed, some momentum and a 500 record heading into the second half. That all starts Friday in Minnesota. The A's and the Twins. That'll be a 3-game series. So, a walk-off win to end the first half of the season. Reddick to the gap, and Jemiah Weeks scores. So the crowd goes home happy. And so do we. A's winning 2-1 over the Mariners in 13 innings this afternoon. You've been watching Oakland A's baseball on Comcast Sportsnet, part of the NBC Sports Group. Don't go away. A's postgame live with Dave Benz and Shooty Babbitt starts right now.